Will the Housing and Land Use Committee meeting of March 13th, 2025 come to order? It is now 9:07 a.m. I am Tasha Kama, Chair of the Housing and Land Use Committee. This online meeting is being conducted in accordance with the Sunshine Law. Members, when your name is called, if you're not with me in the council chamber, please identify by name who, if anyone, is in your workspace with you today, and minors do not need to be identified. So we want to say good morning, first of all, and aloha kakaiaka to our council.
Kakaiaka no, aloha mai kākou.
Mai ka'i. And we're going to continue with Council Member Gabe Johnson, aloha mai kākou, and aloha kakaiaka.
Aloha mai kākou, council members. There's no testifiers at the Lanai District Office. I'm alone on my side of the office. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. And we want to say good morning, aloha kakahiaka, and aloha mai kākou to Councilmember Keani Rollins Fernandez.
Aloha kakahiaka kākou, my Molokai Nui Ahina. I'm at my private residence, alone here, and there are currently no testifiers at the Molokai District Office. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you. We have with us, sitting in the galley, Remy Mitchell, the Director of our Housing Department. Good morning. He's waving over there. And we also have our other resources. We have Dr. Justin Tyndall, who's a professor of economics from the University of Hawaii Economic Research Organization. Aloha kakahiaka, Dr. Tyndall. Aloha kakahiaka, Dr. Tyndall.
Aloha.
Mortgage specialist of Hawaii Financial Services. Did you see her online too? Okay. Good morning, Financial Services. Did you see her online too? Okay. Good morning.
Good morning. Aloha kakaiaka.
It's nice to see you.
Aloha kakaiaka.
It's nice to see you. Thank you for being here. We also have present here. We also have present with us in the chamber, Mr. Griffiths, the mortgage loan officer for the Money Store. Aloha kakahiaka. Designate the people I mentioned as resource persons under Rule 18A of the Rules of the Council, and each person possesses experience and knowledge that can help us gain insight on the benefits and impacts of deed restrictions.
No objections.
No objections.
Thank you. And so we have our committee staff with us this morning, our senior legislative analyst, James Kruger. Aloha kakahiaka, aloha mai kākou.
Good morning, Chair and members.
And we have our legislative analyst, Ellen McKinley. Good morning, aloha mai kākou to you.
Aloha mai kākou.
And we have our committee secretary, Jennifer Yamashita. Aloha mai kākou.
Good morning, Chair and members.
And we have our legislative attorney, Colin Nakata. Aloha mai kākou.
Aloha, Chair and members.
And we have our assistant clerk, Leigh Deneen, out there registering all of our testifiers this morning. And aloha kakahiaka to you, Leigh. So thank you, members, for attending today's HLU committee meeting. We have one item on the agenda today, our 3 bills relating to residential workforce housing deed restrictions. So in accordance with the Sunshine Law's chair, I will be calling for testimony for a single item after we receive opening comments from our resources. So members, I ask that you hold all of your questions until after testimony has been closed. So members, we've had several meetings to discuss bills 22, 12, and 74. We previously decided that we need to consider the county's deed restrictions in depth with the help of various experts and stakeholders so we can establish a policy that helps us retain our affordable housing stock without creating negative impacts on the local families we are seeking to help. In our last HLU committee meeting, we heard from representatives of the local development industry, the Department of Hawaiian Homelands, and our own Department of Housing. In today's meeting, we'll be hearing from a panel of economic and financial experts, as well as housing policy advocates. I will call on each of our resources to provide their opening comments regarding deed restrictions, and I'd like to start with Dr. Justin Tyndall. So members, since we have not taken testimony we'll need to hold our questions for the resources until we've taken testimony for this meeting. So it is my intent to complete our rounds of questions for the resources by lunch recess so that we may use the afternoon time for discussion. So, Dr. Tyndall, opening comments, please.
Absolutely, sure. So thanks a lot for having me. So I'm Justin Tyndall. I'm an economics professor at UHERO, focused on housing. We put out housing reports, this housing fact book every year. I lead those efforts. So I'm, very interested to hear discussion on sort of the justifications and pros and cons of, extending these deed restrictions. I think I can just give like a little bit of background on housing regulation in Hawaii and Maui. So we've done a couple reports trying to measure sort of the amount of cost that regulation on new construction of housing imposes on developers. So we did this sort of national survey looking across planning departments. Hawaii and Maui, a little bit in particular, has perhaps the strongest, most restrictive laws around the production of new housing, right? So it's more difficult to build multifamily housing currently on Maui than just about any other place in the US, right? And a big part of this is affordable housing requirements. So, there's been some up and down in the history of Maui's affordable housing requirements, but there's still, on the books, very strong inclusionary zoning rules, right? So, I think, of course, everyone's goal is to see an expansion of housing that's available to people at lower incomes in particular. I think if we look at the research across other markets, the consensus seems to be that expanding inclusionary zoning rules leads to increases in rents, right? Because of this unintended consequence that it's a discouragement to building new housing. So, discussions with developers, the longer the deed restriction is, it's much more difficult to sell those units. So you see them, in some cases on Oahu, we have many units sitting empty because they can't find a buyer. But I think the bigger effect is that we see developers not proposing projects to begin with because they're not penciling out at the first stage. So if they have, very strong requirements to provide deed restricted units, they feel that they're not going to be able to sell them, and then they're not going to provide the housing to begin with. So I think this is a limiting factor in the production of new housing. I think if we look, at the last 30 years of housing production across the state, we've added very little, new housing. If you go by census numbers, Maui actually has fewer residential housing units today than it did 5 years ago. Because the tiny amount of production, hasn't even kept up with conversions to vacation rentals and second homes. So, I think a big focus needs to be how can we produce more housing units? That's going to be, if we look at, 10 years in the future and we think that we've, made progress, I think that's going to look like Maui has built quite a bit of new housing for people. So I think the question is, how do we get to that point? So, I think we need to think very carefully about deed restrictions, if they can be a tool in, getting public buy-in and expanding housing supply, then, perhaps broader restrictions could be justified. But I think the overwhelming evidence, across, a lot of jurisdictions in the U.S. and elsewhere, it's, increasing inclusionary zoning rules actually leads to the unintended consequence of higher rents because we get less housing production. So maybe I'll leave it there, but I'm very interested to see other people's perspectives and learn more about the proposal. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And so I think we're going to go to Mr. Randy Chu. Mr. Chu? Comments, please?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning and aloha.
Aloha.
I'd like to say that the use of deed restrictions is a powerful tool for supporting the local workforce by ensuring that housing remains available for local residents, promoting workforce retention, as longer affordable housing with deed restrictions can help retain local workforce, which is vital to Maui's economy, reducing speculation as it discourages speculative investments and ensures that housing serves the resident rather than becoming a commodity. In general, longer deed restrictions will promote preservation of affordability by ensuring that housing remains affordable for a more extended period, benefiting future generations of local residences, and creating community stability by helping to create stable neighborhoods where residents can establish long-term roots. Like Dr. Tyndall indicated, there are financial implications to it that needs to be considered, but from a housing perspective, we look at it for trying to keep our local folks here, and this is one tool to help in that arena. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chu, for your opening comments. Is the Senior Vice President from Central Pacific Bank here yet? No? Okay, let's go on to Ms. Tara Paleka. Tara, good morning. Your comments, please.
Good morning. I am very happy that Randy read off his response because that helps me as well. I'm going to read part of mine. Affordable housing is critical to a sustainable local economy because it ensures that essential workers, such as our teachers, our healthcare professionals, police, firefighters, and hospitality staff, can live within the communities they serve. These restrictions prevent speculative resale, maintain stable housing prices, and ensure long-term workforce retention. Furthermore, I'd like to add that studies have shown that, and common sense might prevail, that the inability to afford basic housing leads to stressful and stress-related mental illnesses, substance abuses, spousal abuse, child abuse, and more so. So I am for it 100%, and I'm grateful to be here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments. So we're going to continue on with Simon Wendell, who's online with the Northwest Community Land Trust.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this conversation. My name is Simon Wendell, and home for me is in Washington State in a mountain town recreation economy with very similar housing affordability dynamics as Maui. We don't live on an island, but we are at the end of a highway with limited land availability, high demand for second homes, and a workforce that cannot afford to rent nor to buy. About 2 years ago, my wife started a PhD at Colorado State University, so for the time being, Fort Collins, Colorado is also a home base. I'm the part-time CFO of the Methow Housing Trust, a community land trust in my hometown in Washington. I'm the part-time CFO of the Lahaina Community Land Trust there in Maui, and I also work for an organization that does large acquisition projects in Colorado, where we facilitate the resident-owned purchasing of land underneath mobile home parks all over Colorado, including mountain towns like Vail, Breckenridge, Durango, et cetera. And then I do a little consulting for community land trusts across the U.S., specifically around policy, pricing, finances, and ultimately just getting housing built. And then I also volunteer as a planning commissioner in the town of Winthrop in my hometown in Washington, the treasurer of the Northwest Community Land Trust Coalition, and the chair of the board of a social services nonprofit in Washington that's actively working on a low-income housing tax credit project. So all that is to say, I think it's fair to say that I eat, breathe, and dream about housing, which is kind of a problem at dinner parties sometimes. And around Maui specifically, I think, I think that it can be kind of a dangerous narrative to say that the solution to our housing crisis is supply. And with all due respect to economists studying the very challenging effects of our zoning, our regulation, the cost of materials, trying to figure out how to solve these problems. I think oftentimes in academia, the solution, a lot of those studies are based upon the outcome of supply or wealth creation. And I think it loses sight of the concept of community health and socioeconomic diversity, particularly in communities like Maui, where there is, it's globally it's globally interesting, right? There's the median home price. I know I'm preaching to the choir here, but the median home price in Maui would require $262,000 a year to afford, and that's with a fat down payment of $275,000, and that represents about 10 to 12% of the households of Maui County. Most households earn less than $110,000. So, said differently, most of the homes in Maui County are unaffordable to 90% of the households, and as homes continue to appreciate at a rate 2 to 3 times wage growth, the problem only gets worse. And it's not a problem that an individual can solve for themselves. No amount of credit counseling, hard work, or cutting down on latte purchases makes the math work. So the market, it's a market failure. You know, I think as economists, and just I'm curious as to your take on that, but I think it's a market failure. You know, I think it's important to remember that for most households on Maui, the option is to rent or to leave. There is no market option to purchase. The third rail is deed restrictions. Deed restrictions are just some guardrails on the market, and they do allow for meaningful equity creation that's balanced with the need to ensure that there's housing available for those that live and work here. And those are the outcomes that I think we should be measuring the success of housing policy on, not purely on the basis of supply or wealth creation for individual families. So I guess in closing, in terms of what's on the table today, I believe that the bills represent progress, but even at 20, 16, and 10 years, those deed restrictions are going to time out before enough replacement housing is even created to keep the total number of affordable units constant. And there's a large unmet need today. So you never actually make a dent in the problem. I think you'll find communities that are utilizing deed restrictions that have made progress approach these as perpetual. So in closing, I hope to be a resource maybe to dispel some of the common myths about deed restrictions, that homeowners don't generate wealth, that lenders won't lend, that projects can't get financing, and that it's difficult to sell those deed restricted properties. I know some sit empty, but I think that's a failure of pricing policy. And I think Maui County did a great job with the latest policy update to fix some of those problems. So once again, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee for having me. I really do look forward to the conversation.
Thank you, and I think everyone's looking forward to your conversations too. We're going to continue with Mr. Lee Wang, the Executive Director and of Housing Hawaii's Future. Mr. Wang?
Aloha, thank you. If I were to present some slides, is there a screen in the chamber that they can see something I could share with?
Members, would you like to see the slides that Mr. Wang wants to present?
Yes, please.
Okay, Mr. Wang?
Yes.
We have how do you want to do this? Do you want to share your screen?
Sure. Let me,
Okay, so yeah.
So, appreciate you guys having us. My background is I've gotten a chance to speak with some of the council members, but for those of you that have not met, I'm the executive director for Housing Hawaii's Future. I come from a background in real estate where I've spent 14 years working one-on-one with first-time home buyers. My specialty has been in affordable housing programs, both on the sales and consulting side, and intimately familiar with the affordable housing programs and deed restrictions. But beyond that, have individually helped and talked with literally thousands of families that have opted for affordable housing and thousands of families that have decided that affordable housing and the restrictions that come along with them were just too much to bear. So I'll keep it fairly brief. Really, the speakers before me brought up some really great points. I won't belabor those, but we believe that the solution, the problem is not simply a supply problem or simply a demand problem. It is a supply and demand problem that requires production and protections. The production is pretty self-explanatory, but the protections come in the form of these deed restrictions. we think of it kind of like strings. If you put enough strings down, eventually you have a nice shirt to keep you warm. But you put too many strings down, eventually that shirt turns into a straitjacket. What we did was we studied affordable housing, deed restricted properties. This example being in Honolulu County, but in the past 12 years, really all of the affordable housing programs, whether state run or county run, have fallen into three categories as they've evolved. The first set have started with buildings like 801 South. Very few restrictions, 1 year restriction, owner occupancy, no shared equity, aside from that 1 year owner occupancy term, Hawaii resident, things like that. But really, this didn't accomplish the goal. A few years after that 1 year, folks were selling for great profits and moving on, and it really didn't provide the sustained affordability that we were looking for. So the second iteration of these programs came in at 2 and 5 years with some moderate AMI restrictions, with some asset restrictions, also with some buyback and shared equity restrictions. These were still pretty well subscribed. 2 and 5 years seemed to fit what residents were looking for. And currently, we're at a state where you have some of the most restrictive policies possible out there on deed restrictions, some going anywhere from 10 to 30 years, which, if you were to ask a young home buyer in their early 20s or mid 30s, where will they be in 10 years or let alone 30 years, they'd probably have a hard time answering that. I'm kind of front loading my comments only because I do have to leave at 10:30, but really a lot of the nuance of the conversation is where we want to get into. The term deed restriction has so much nuance to it, and really there's two levers to deed restrictions. The bills that we're going to talk about today really only talk about one of these levers, and that lever is time. The conversation is centered around do we go lower in time or do we go further towards perpetuity? But it ignores the second lever of deed restrictions that live in conjunction with that, which is restrictions. So you can have very low restrictions such as just local occupancy, or you can get to the point that we're at where you require local occupancy, an occupancy period, income, asset, equity sharing, things that really add a lot of layers of cost. The way to think about this, beyond what legislators say and what developers have to say, is what does the local resident feel about this? So imagine you're that local resident, you're being offered a $600,000 home for a discount of $500,000. But there's the explicit cost of what you're going to have to pay for it. And then there's the implied costs of all of the strings attached with it. Now, it would be great if we had a magic 8-ball to assign a dollar amount to these things, but that's what buyers do in their mind. They ask themselves, what is the cost of this to me, and can I hack it? So a lot of times when you look at local occupancy or 10-year occupancy period or equity sharing, you can put a set dollar amount to it. But when you get to other things such as an income cap, these start affecting the total buyer pool. So when you put that income cap, then a lot of the market starts getting filtered out. And this is a concern not just for developers, but also for legislators like yourselves. The interest rate going up suddenly reduces the buyer pool. An asset cap punishes those that are really, really good at saving money. And all of a sudden, the large buyer pool you thought was there shrinks down. This is a consideration, again, both for developers and for legislators. So what is the true cost? Really, what we found in the data is that, these numbers are just for example purposes, but when you ask a home buyer, are they concerned about an occupancy requirement? No, they're buying it to live in, right? So the cost to them is pretty low. An equity sharing requirement, there's a pretty clear dollar amount on that they or a developer can calculate. Sorry. But the tough one that ends up coming back is the 10-year occupancy, or whatever the occupancy period is. If it becomes too expensive, then there's no value there. So maybe to a retiree, that still looks like a great deal. Maybe to a young professional, it gets a little bit more expensive. Maybe to a family of 4, but putting them into a 2-bedroom for 10 years is just too high of a cost for them.
Chair.
Mr. Wang, Mr. Wang, could you please hold on a moment, please?
Sure. No problem.
Member Keani Rollins, is that you?
It is.
Yes.
Mahalo, Chair.
Yes.
My apologies for interrupting you, Mr. Wang. I just wanted to be fair to all of our resource people. I think it's been past 3 minutes. I appreciate Mr. Wang's presentation, but I just want to be fair to everyone. I think everyone was given 3 minutes.
You're correct. So hold on a minute. What did we decide with Mr. Arrowsmith?
So Chair, I suppose, well, we are just reaching out to Mr. Arrowsmith to see if he's going to be here past 10:30, and that way we can at least still have the benefit of Hawaii Housing's Futures perspective.
Okay. So, thank you very much, Member Rollins Fernandez. So, Mr. Wang, if you don't mind holding on, and we'll continue with the rest of the resources that we have. We have, I think, 3 more that should be, we have the 2 in the chamber and the Central Pacific Bank, and then we'll go to testimony, and then we'll have members ask questions, and then you probably could complete whatever it is that you had. Yes, Ms. Seymour.
I wonder if Mr. Wang could provide us a copy of his
Yes.
PowerPoint.
Yes.
Very interesting.
Are you able to do that, Mr. Wang? Provide a copy of your PowerPoint to the committee?
Sure. Yeah, no problem.
Okay, thank you. So if you could hold on, we're going to go on to those who are in the chamber. We're going to go with Mr. Griffins from the Money Store, and followed by Mr. Kent from Grassroots Institute, and then hopefully by that time, Ms. Rasmussen will be here.
Aloha mai kako. I'm Misty Griffiths, and I work for the Money Store. I've been in the lending industry for 38 years here on Maui. My previous testimony last year, I think most of you guys heard it, it dealt with the shared appreciation and the deed restrictions. And at that particular time, we were closing up and finishing Hale Kaiola, which I understand was a heated topic. In any event, it was difficult when it became a 20-year deed restriction. I'm not against deed restrictions. I think it helps our local people to stay in Hawaii. It became very difficult. And what I found now that we've moved forward, when I look at the diversity there at Hale Kaiola in particular, it was 50% kind of newcomers, but been here a couple years. That was the requirement. But for the most part, our local families, born and raised here, there's not many in that project. There is a few of them. Those are the people that I believe will stay, and I don't think they have a problem with the long deed restriction. The issues that did come up, that when reading the policies that was wanting to be amended, was a couple things that I just want to point out. The below moderate income was going to change from 10 to 20 years, the moderate income from 8 to 16 years, and the above moderate income from 5 to 10 years. I was just curious, what was the thought behind that? And my thought, and my mana'o, is why are you these people are involuntarily being discriminated, especially the 20-year one, when they're below moderate, those that make less income get a higher restriction. So I thought, just across the board, if you're going to do a 20-year, 20-year. If you're going to do a 10-year, everybody gets the same. Because it appears that the above moderate people get the better benefit of only 10 years, okay? A couple things that I did work on was the financing issues with that particular project, since it was 100% workforce development. The developers did ask us at the Money Store to go in and get it VA approved and FHA approved. And I testified on this before. We cannot get it FHA approved and VA approved because the shared appreciation is 25%. With FHA, they don't mind a sliding scale of shared appreciation. They're okay with that. But their policy with HUD is after 2 years, you have to have 50% share equity with the homebuyer. So that became a wasted money for the developer, spending thousands of dollars to have this approved, and it was denied, as well as VA. So we could only get it conventionally approved. With that note, if we take our 80% AMI, family of two, 79,800 right now, if you look at a conventional loan, typically 30% of their gross income can be utilized towards the mortgage payment. And if you take 6,650 times 30%, basically it's $1,995 for a mortgage payment. That equates at 6.5% interest to $236,000 of buying power. Can't buy anything in Maui. And then I thought about this last night. Typically, what we found, and I've been dealing with this with the project of Hawaiian Homes at Pu'uhona, which is a big deed restriction, right? I'm very familiar with Hawaiian Homes as well. What we found is there was a great divide. It was either 80% AMI or they're all over 120% AMI. Why? And you can ask Tara. The first thing we ask a client when they walk in, what's your full-time job? What's your second job? So that puts them into the 120% AMI, which is about 119,000. So we have to consider those things as well. Now, if you do an FHA loan, you're qualifying at that same 80% AMI goes from 236,000 to 340,000. Interest rates are lower. You can use a higher debt to income ratio, easier to qualify. So keep that in mind. FHA is a big part of the first-time home buyers, you know, as far as qualifying income for a loan. With regards to the 120% AMI, if you can do an FHA loan, they can jump all the way to $550,000. And your payments would be about $3,800 a month, kind of what we're paying for rent here in Maui. I don't envy your jobs because those are real numbers and it's hard to juggle. There are 3 problems that we face with our buyers. No down payment. We know this with the affordables. Lack of down payment. Interest rates are too high. With Hawaiian Homes, we've kind of solved that problem a little bit with the project that we're working on right now. We went in for an ask of, instead of giving the developer the money to lower the cost, it was more cost effective to give the money back to the people. And they did that in the way of grants of $45,000. And now we can split that $45,000 of grant for down payment, buying down a permanent interest rate buy down. So instead of at 6 3/4 is what they're locking in at some of the loans, it is now at 5.5. So making it easier to qualify for a higher amount, easier on the borrower to qualify, easier on the payments. But anyway, that's my manao. If you have any questions with regards to Hawaiian Homes, I'm available to answer. Mahalo, thank you.
Mr. Kent.
Okay, now, aloha, Chair and Council members. Thanks so much for inviting me. I think that deed restrictions can function on a curve. So if you imagine a curve of basically the cost to build, the higher the cost to build, the more difficult it is for deed restrictions and heavy affordable housing programs to actually work. This is why when we heard Peter Savio talk 2 days ago about how easy this could be, if you look at his projects, the project that he seemed to describe was around $200 to $300 a square foot to build. But on Maui, the cost per square foot is $500 to $1,000. So, and that's an astronomical difference. If you look statewide at costs to build, across the nation, every single state except Hawaii has a cost to build below $200 a square foot. And so, even $300 is difficult, but they do it on Oahu. But on Maui, it's very difficult. I have all kinds of statistics, and I recommend that this committee read the report from Grounded Solutions Network. They are an affordable housing and deed restriction advocate nationwide. They did a study of 1,000, they basically show that there are over 1,000 deed restriction affordable housing programs, and they have a big spreadsheet if you want to look at it. But the big takeaway is these programs function as intended when the cost per square foot is low. But the higher it goes, the more difficult it is to function. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now. I don't know if you've ever heard of shrinkflation. When the prices for things rise, the only way to cut back and keep the price low for the consumer is to actually cut down on the price, on the materials and the building of the product. And so this is an unintended consequence of strict affordable housing programs in high-cost areas, is the developer is now pushed to shrinkflate the homes. And that's perhaps what we're seeing with the Hale Kaiola project. On a couple days ago, we did see several testifiers from that project basically testifying that it was a lemon in their views, that it was a money pit for them, and that there was a lot of construction problems and so on. I guess I'll stop there. So.
Thank you so much. Okay, so we're going to go to Rusty Rasmussen, the Senior Vice President and Home Loans Division Manager of Central Pacific Bank.
Hello there. Thank you so much. Yes, as far as the extended deed restriction times, I guess I would want to point to some of the case studies that we have here on Oahu. One of the first extended deed restriction times was the Sky Ala Moana project. They had gone to sale, I believe, back in 2018, and they had a 30-year buyback restriction on those units. So if we fast forward, the project was actually built. It was completed in, I believe, December of 23. And so there were originally, I think, 80 units in there that had this 30-year buyback restriction. And so now there are about 60 or 70 of those still remaining vacant. So they've been vacant now for 2 years, and they can't sell those units. The developer is putting additional incentives, trying everything to sell it, but the only ones that will sell are the ones that the deed restriction has moved up to 10 years. So there was included in the framework of that particular project, if the units don't sell for, I can't remember, 6 or 9 months, then some of the units could move to a 20-year buyback. And then if they still don't sell, then some could move to a 10-year buyback. So what we found is that all of those units, the only ones that are selling are the ones that have moved to a 10-year buyback. And that seems to be kind of what is accepted in the marketplace of affordable home buyers out there. So, I think that that's important. Those units still sit vacant. Nobody's living in there. They've been vacant for 2 years, and probably be another 2 years to sell all of them. And then right behind that, the next project that had the 30-year buyback is the Park on Keamoku, which is another high-rise here on Oahu. They had some, I think, 120 units or so. And we've seen the same thing there. It's the only units that will sell are the units that have moved into a 10-year buyback. So I think it's important to note that we've seen the response from the community, from the consumer, and it's quite obvious that anything over a 10-year buyback, there's a lot of challenge there. Another thing that has occurred is that over the years, the developers, in trying to meet the sales price restrictions in building these properties, the units keep getting smaller and smaller and smaller. So, for example, in Sky Ala Moana, the bulk of the 70 units that are vacant that are currently, most of those are like 400, 500, 600 square feet, studios and one bedrooms. So, there's a fundamental issue there in that for this to pencil for the developer, the units are getting smaller and smaller, but people don't want to live in a 400 square foot unit for 30 years. It creates a number of challenges there. So I thought I would just share with you what we've seen over here, and I just would recommend some caution in any deed restriction that goes over 10 years, because we've seen what the result is. Those are being built, and then nobody wants to buy them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rasmussen. So those were our 8 resources we have for today. And I think we should go into testimony right now. Do we have any testifiers?
Chair, we currently don't have anybody signed up to testify. So perhaps maybe we'll just do a last call just to double check and make sure. If there is anybody who would like to testify on this item, Chair, there's another individual approaching the podium.
Okay.
Aloha mai kako, GC Law, Waikawa a hupua a kula uka.
Can you hold on a minute, please, Mr. Law? Okay, go ahead, Mr. Law. You have 3 minutes.
Gideon's Bible, Book of Job 34:17. Shall one who hates justice govern? Will you condemn him or her that is righteous and mighty? And it goes on from there. Liliu Kualani's birth name was Lydia Liliu Loloku Valania Vehi Kamakaeha. Everyone born in the Kingdom of Hawaii is Keiki o Liliu Kalani. How can a child say to their mother, "You are not relevant"? I reserve the rest of my time for the people of Hawaii.
Thank you, Mr. Law. Do we have any other testifiers? Do you want to do a last call?
Yes, Chair. We'll do a last call for testimony. If there is anyone else who'd like to testify on this item, please identify yourself now. On Teams, you can do that by using the raise hand function. We'll do a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Chair, no one else has indicated that they wish to testify on this item.
Thank you. So members, seeing as how there are no more individuals wishing to testify without objection, I'd like to now close oral testimony. And as a reminder, written testimony will continue to be accepted into the record. No objections. Thank you. So we will now proceed with our discussion. Members, I'm going to call upon you to ask questions that you have for our resources in the chambers as well as online. And I'm going to ask staff to set a 3-minute timer for each member so that you can all get your questions asked and answered. And if we need time, more rounds to do that, we're going to do that. But we're going to begin, first of all, with committee. Oh, okay. No, he's not here yet. Let's go to Council Chair Lee for questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kent, I noticed that you didn't have an opportunity to finish some of your comments. I was following you all the way there, and then you had to stop. Could you finish?
Yeah, I thank you. I was just going to speak to the unintended consequences of a high housing market combined with a restricted affordable housing program that in some ways leaves developers with, or home providers with only one option, which is to skimp on the construction of the home. And which is what we saw on Monday with all of the testifiers who are complaining about the construction of their build. Those testifiers seem to say that they had to dig into their pockets to repair the problems in the construction. And so they are also worried about a long deed restriction sort of lowering the value of their property below the price. Remember, price isn't the same as value. You have the price and then you have the value of the property. If the value is lower than the price, it's difficult to sell at all. And this is what those people, I think, are most worried about is, and that's why I don't buy the theory that deed restrictions automatically keep people here, because there were a lot of people, locals, who actually qualified for the project, who decided not to buy it and decided to move away to the mainland because for them that was the better option. And there's no evidence that shows that deed restrictions keep people, locals.
I have one more question.
And so, yes, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm not sure if you mentioned it or somebody else mentioned it, but something about long-term deed restrictions, like 20 or 30 years, essentially are occupied. The homes are occupied by renters because there's not much you can do with your property, and so if you stay the whole length of time, you're essentially a renter. Did you say that?
Well, it sort of begs the question, if the value of home ownership is so dissipated by these deed restrictions, then why not just build public rental housing instead? So, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We're going to continue now with Member Sugimura.
Thank you. I really appreciate this discussion. It's very interesting. And I wonder if we could hear the ending of whatever Mr. Wang was discussing with your PowerPoint presentation, Housing Hawaii Future?
Yeah, sure. Give me 1 second. I'll just start off by apologizing for bleeding into my my code resources time. Really, I was down to my last 2 slides. The main point here, that although these 3 bills deal with time coexists with the restriction. As you get more restrictive, each additional restriction adds more cost, not just to the developer, but to the end home buyer. And it goes back to some of the other testimony that was made. Does the home buyer, does the local resident see value? Really, they're comparing that versus market priced housing, which carries no restrictions, and also the option of moving to the mainland, which if we are not as good of a value there, this is why folks decide the mainland is a better option than staying here. So this is a sliding scale. You can, I think at the current rate that we're at, we are pretty restrictive as far as the amount of restrictions that are placed on. Of course, you could place on more, but the question is, if you start sliding the time scale further towards a longer time period, the effects isn't something we have to guess at. Mr. Rasmussen had pointed this out. If you look at the 3 condos on the far right, these condos kind of spell out the effects. So some of these are 10-year restrictions. Some of them were 30-year restrictions, in addition to some of them had equity sharing, and very similar to the Maui County affordable housing restrictions. But here's the actual effects of what's happened with these 3 buildings. So 803 Waimanu, they started sales in 2019, completed in 2021. 79 were affordable housing. Over 50 are still available, so have been sitting empty for 4 years. The park at Keamoku started sales at 2021, still under construction. They had 146 affordable units. 3 years of sales, still have over 90 available. Sky Ala Moana, completed in 2023. 7 out of the 84 that started, 70 still available. So, you know, the tough thing is we're trying to create housing that people will actually occupy. But I think it comes down to we could go further along on the time scale. The question is, you have to balance that with the restriction scale. And
Thank you.
if you can accomplish what we're trying to accomplish, get local residents into housing with 2 restrictions instead of 6, why are we placing 6? Right? That's, I think, essentially the point of that. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for your PowerPoint that you're going to send to us.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're going to continue with Member Paulton.
Thank you. I seen Mr. Wendell raise his hand. I'd like to hear what he was going to say.
Thanks, Member Paulton. I a couple of thoughts in response, primarily to the statement that on the 30-year timeline, folks that live in deed-restricted homes are effectively renters. I really challenge that, and I've got some. I did some math associated with the existing policy and the way the resale restriction is done. So, what's affordable today to a household making 100% of AMI is a $420,000 house, let's say, based upon the resale formula, that 25% of the equity growth that goes to the homeowner, and then looking at what the housing market in Maui has done over the last 20 years. On average, it's increased somewhere around 7 to 9% year over year. In the last 5 years, it's increased 11% year over year. Notable that wages have increased somewhere in the 2 to 3% range. So again, a 3 to 4% spread between how wages are increasing and how housing is increasing. And that's actually evidenced here, right? So the yellow line is what the median home price has done, and the orange or the brown is what a household making 100% of AMI or 110,000 can afford. And that spread is only increasing. You might say, well, let's wait for the market to correct itself. But like it did in 2008 to 2012. But even then, where there was a very serious structural problem with our housing market that I don't think we have today, we're now more than double what the pre-correction price was. So again, market failure, right? But I think, again, the third rail is that someone who earns 100% AMI can afford a house. It's $420,000. If you take a 6% on average market increase year over year, which is a pretty conservative estimate, then if that homeowner sells in 2030, they've got $60,000 of equity in their pocket. If they sell in 2035, they walk away with $143,000 in equity. And if they sell in 2040, they walk away with $256,000 in equity. And at the same time, that home in 2040 is still affordable to the next household at $566,000. So I think that we often have this false dichotomy that it's like, no one's going to buy it because it's deed restricted. I think, of course, someone's going to want a 10-year deed restriction, because if they live there for 10 years, they get more than double this in equity, right? But then that home goes away. It's no longer affordable to the next 1, 2, 10 households to live there. So I think that we're conflating a few things. One is, are the developers making money? The other is owning a deed restricted home good for the owner? And I think I can show here that it is good for the owner. And then the third thing that we've talked about is whether or not they can sell. And I think oftentimes homes sit empty because they're not priced accordingly. It's set up for failure. They're priced too high for the income brackets they're targeting. Perhaps they're steered towards lenders that are not friendly towards renting on deed restricted properties. Although Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac both have secondary market conventional mortgages. So I think in those three areas, I would say, in terms of good for the owner, it's clear that equity is built. Sitting empty, that's a pricing problem that I think is easily solvable, as Aspen, Vail, Crested Butte, Breckenridge, my hometown in the Met House, we've figured that out. And the third, on the developer side, I would say, open your books up and show us how you're struggling, right, as a developer. And then maybe there's a conversation around, does subsidy need to be brought to the table, even on those less than 100% affordable projects? And I think that conversation can be had, but when the developers' books are a black box and we hear them come to meetings and say, I'm losing my shirt on this, but they can't show us any numbers, that's a difficult problem to solve. We become sort of stuck in an impasse.
Chair, can we request the slides be sent to the committee
Yes.
on that as well?
Yes. So could you please send your slides, Ms.
Thank you,
Wendell?
Mr.
I'd be
Wendell.
happy
Mr.
to.
Wang, too.
Yeah, thank you.
Let's continue on with Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to address Dr. Tyndall's opening remarks, but if anybody wants to jump in after he responds, I'm all ears. One of the things you mentioned, Dr. Tyndall, is we're the most restrictive in the nation in Maui County, in that developers aren't penciling it out and thereby not building because they're not penciling it out. But I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, before I got on this council, and before many of my colleagues got on this council, the county was only giving these builders of affordable housing $2 and $3 million, very small pots of money. Whereas now, I mean, you can go down the list of some of the large, $20 million, $30 million we've been putting in the pots for these builders. So when you say it doesn't pencil out for builders, is it because it's just we need to have those large chunks of money, or is it like just what Mr. Wendell was saying? We don't know exactly why it's not penciling out for them. Can you speak on that, Dr. Tyndall?
Sure. So, I mean, I think like this is the case in all the counties in Hawaii. I think we have very restrictive rules in terms of height and density, multiple years waiting for permits in a lot of cases. Like these are things developers point to as being very costly. So the counties on the one hand are making it very expensive to build new housing, but then as you mentioned, on the other hand, we're using general tax revenue to then make pots of money to subsidize it, so the developers can then sort of overcome the barriers we've put up for them. So I think I'm actually very optimistic, state level and county level, for affordable housing programs. There's obviously like a huge political appetite and money being directed to it. But I would point out that our building costs are 20 or 30% higher than the mainland. Labor costs similar, but for some reason our housing is 3 times as expensive, right? So there's something that's beyond land and labor and construction costs is making housing very hard to build. And I'd argue it's because we have very low housing supply. We just don't build much housing. And when we did some research and talked to developers, it's these sort of intangible regulations, the wait times, the court litigation risks, the delays from permitting and things like this, infrastructure costs, and affordable housing requirements.
Well, I know this body's willing to invest to bring the prices down for our folks, right? We also changed the calculation on how the pricing of the house because of the subsidies. So I think we've tried to do a lot of work to meet the builders where they're at. But again, dealing with federal HUD guidelines, they tell me every year I'm making $4,000 more every year, but most people aren't making that money every year. It's just wealthy people are moving here, changing our HUD guideline, or skewing our HUD numbers. I think this body is willing to help the builders, and by buying down and by putting our affordable housing fund into the pot to help it buy down. I just, my time's up. Maybe I'll do second round. I'm curious of what you folks think, because it's like they keep telling us it's too expensive and these are the prices, and we keep putting more money into the pot to meet our folks where they're at. The wages, I'm almost done. I used to be a school teacher before this, and I would work 5 days as a school teacher and make the same as working 2 days as a bellman in the hotel. We're trying to help our teachers, and their just wages aren't keeping up, So, anyways, my time's up. We'll come around for next round. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now we're going to continue with Member County Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Okay, my first question, and mahalo to all of our resource people for being here today and discussing this really important matter with all of us.
Yanni, may I interrupt you for a moment? Member
Sure.
Hodgins just sat at her desk, and I wanted to acknowledge her presence here. Okay, thank you. So good morning, Ms. Hodgins. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Chair.
Our morning greeting for the day is Aloha Mai Kako.
Perfect. Aloha mai kako. I apologize for my tardiness. I just came from the DHHL meeting, so thank you so much. And I missed your guys' presentation, but I'll go look through it. Thank you so much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Ms. Kiani Rollins-Fernandez, please continue. Thank you.
Well, Chair, and before the timer starts, I forgot I have to provide my Sunshine Law disclaimer, which is I am alone here on my side of the office at the district office. Oh, I see Member Senensi also just jumped on, if you would like to acknowledge him.
Yes, I would, since we're so sorry to interrupt you. So we want to say good morning and aloha mai kako to Member Shane Senensi. Good morning. I think you're muted.
Hey, aloha mai kako, mai maui hikina. Kalamaia'u, we had a family funeral this morning, so I apologize to Member Ua Hodgins. I was supposed to be in her meeting, but I'm here at the Hana District's office and with staff members Donna Tai and Don Bono. Thank you.
Thank you and welcome. All right, for real, Member Kiani Rollins-Fernandez.
For real this time. Okay. So my question is for Mr. Wendell. His thoughts on, I asked this at our previous meeting, and others are welcome to opine on this question as well. What percentage of housing inventory should be shielded from the investor market? And, you know, whether it's like a secondary market or a parallel market, whatever folks call it, whether it's in, has deed restrictions, whether it's in a housing trust, you know, other mechanisms to, maintain some kind of inventory. Our housing director in our last meeting didn't think it was a percentage, and I don't want to misquote him, but he thought it was about whether we're meeting demand for residential use purposes. So, Mr. Wendell, your thought on how to ensure our residents have housing?
Yeah, that's a great question. It's a hard question to answer for sure. I think, you know, maybe there's two ways to get to that, the core of the question, which is like how much housing is necessary to preserve community and socioeconomic diversity and make sure that folks have opportunity in housing. I think it's kind of the core of the question. And then the answer to that then I think becomes, you know, maybe there's two ways to come at it. To your point, there's what percentage of housing stock kind of creates a tipping point, so to speak. And the other way to come at it would be how many folks in the community need access to housing that is attainable and affordable, and how much of that is home ownership. So I think, you know, coming from the side of the percentage of housing stock, you know, I don't know of any research, and I'm looking at Dr. Tyndall here, maybe there's something out there. I'd love to see something that does look at percentage of units that maybe are shielded and lead to economic, you know, socioeconomic outcomes. I don't think it exists, but I can look at some anecdotal examples. So if we look at Orcas Island in Northwest Washington, one of the I call them the OGs, the original gangsters of the community land trust model. About 10% of the housing stock on the island is protected, which has led to, I think, 80% of the kids in their school district live in community land trust homes. You go into the grocery store and everybody that works in the grocery store lives in a community land trust home, and they have similar dynamics to Maui, where it's super desirable for second homes, retirement location. The split between wages and home price is about the same, and I think folks on the island would say that their community has been forever changed because they've reached some tipping point. So I'll wrap quickly, I promise. I think there's other communities like Aspen, Crested Butte, Vail, Whistler's another example where they have been successful at securing a pretty significant portion of their housing stock, and they've looked at that as a portion of their workforce has access to housing. And they're up in the 50 to 70% of their housing stock is deed restricted. So I don't know. The number that floats around in my head is like 20% is probably a tipping point. In a number of the communities that I work in, that's kind of the anecdotal consensus. But as you said, it's not as simple of a maybe not percentage of housing stock, maybe it's housing availability. So yeah, that's my hot take. Thanks for the question.
Thank you.
Hello, Mr. Wendell.
Okay, so we're going to continue on with Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Chair. My question is pretty much for everybody, but I'm going to start with Dr. Kendall. The difference, as far as being able to maintain local residents, owner occupancy being a requirement as opposed to a deed restriction. Do you have a brief comment on that?
For sure, yeah. I was hoping to work this in at some point, so thanks for the question. So I think, one really good benefit of deed restrictions is that it ensures that there will be an owner-occupier or a renter if it's written in that way, but usually an owner-occupier. I think the big actual economic loss for locals is that some units are sitting empty and are being used by investors. Right? So we had done some research related to the Minatoya list recently, right? So we were looking at parts of Maui that are apartment zoned but aren't part of the Minatoya list. Our estimate is about half of those units are sitting empty, right? So they're second homeowners
let me
primarily.
Because I don't have that much time.
Yeah.
So basically, I'm asking as far as for government policy, housing to be owner occupied as a requirement of a subsidy or for a condition of entitlement, as opposed to a deed restriction. Does it have that? And I just wanted, for everybody, I'm kind of walk through. I'm strongly an advocate of preserving our local and enhancing and expanding our local housing stock and having our local residents have roots. I'm just curious if the owner occupancy aspect of that carries weight and doesn't have possibly some of the other financial ramifications. So let me ask Mr. Wing. Did you hear the question?
Yeah. I think the important thing to start the conversation off is understanding that we keep using the term deed restriction as a blanket term, but we're talking about very, very different types of deed restrictions. The type of deed restrictions that Mr. Wendell has referenced in Vail and Colorado is very different than the deed restrictions that are in place on Maui and Oahu and here in Hawaii. And so we're really comparing apples and oranges. I think I don't want to speak for Mr. Tyndall, but I think the confusion here is that oftentimes deed restrictions are the vehicle to which owner occupancy is enforced, but it doesn't necessarily have to be the only and main purpose of the deed restriction. By enforcing a owner-occupant type of deed restriction, you're really trying to make sure that, I think it includes home ownership as a benefit, but it really excludes a renter from any sort of help and subsidy that they may need. So I fear that it doesn't encompass the entire market of local residents that need the assistance. That's kind of my take on,
okay. Thank you.
Simply
my time's
owner
up.
occupancy.
Thank you.
Yep.
So we're going to continue.
Chair, Mr. Wendell has his hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Wendell?
Oh, mahalo, Chair.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks. I'd like an opportunity to answer your question as well, Member Cook. I think, to Mr. Wang's point, I think he makes a great point that we need to be careful about our language here when we talk about a deed restriction and make sure that we're talking about the specific things that the deed restriction requires and enforces for sure. Although I'll challenge you, Mr. Wang, I've gone pretty deep in the deed restrictions in Vail and Crested Butte and otherwise, and actually there's a lot of similarities between the specific requirements Maui counties, the appreciation cap, local some AMI caps, like they're actually very similar. The big difference is the duration, that in those mountain towns in Colorado, they are perpetual, rather than on a time frame that doesn't even encompass the average tenure of a homeowner across the U.S. And I think maybe two more things on the owner-occupant front, and I'll share my screen here quick. I think it's important to remember that price is a really important element of this, right? It's like a median home price at 1.3 million, as I mentioned, like 10 to 12% of the population can afford that. I was looking at MLS sales in 2024. I think of the 1,000 home sales in 2024, like 80 of them were below $600,000. So there just isn't enough available for folks on this left side of the curve here. There's just a lot, there just isn't available. So I think that pricing element is really important. Certainly we want full-time residents to live in these homes because that's important versus part-time and short-term rentals. But the pricing element is something that I don't think we can overlook. We have to control that.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to continue with Member Hodgins. And members, we're going to be here all day. So if you want to ask questions all day, that's what it takes. We can do that. And I know we have a lot of resources today, so it's hard to get all of them to answer one of our questions in 3 minutes. So you might have to do that in this series. So Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. My camera, I'm not able to turn that on. I don't know if maybe staff can put that on for me. I did miss like everything in the last hour and a half, so I'm happy to be skipped right now since we're going to be here all day, and then take in what information I can, and then I'll ask some questions after. Thank you.
Okay. So, Member Sinensi, you just came on at the same time that that Member Hodgins did. Would you like to pass for now and we can come back with you, or would you like to?
I can ask some general questions, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, fine.
And mahalo, Chair, for having all of our resources here to answer our questions. So I think that was our intent, was to have some of the industry folks to come and let us know what types of challenges and stuff that they're having for deed restrictions. It sounds like, and I guess the deed restrictions is because our residents just cannot afford $700,000-$800,000 homes. That's the basic fact. So if we are going to provide some government subsidies, and maybe I can just throw it out there, anybody, it sounds like if they're building at $600,000 and we want to at least try and bring down those costs for our residents at least $470,000, Mr. Wendell said, would that mean that for legislatures and government subsidies, we would have to subsidize $300,000 for each of those homes being built? And anybody confirm that? Oh, Mr. Wendell.
Yeah, maybe one thing I'll say, being effectively a developer of non-market housing, the way we think about that is like our construction subsidy. I don't love the term subsidy because it implies that it's a subsidy going to an individual, but we think about it like the cost to build the house, the difference between that cost to build and the affordable sales price. There is just, the reality is there is a difference there, right? There is a subsidy necessary. And I think, as I said, 100% AMI, so half make more, half make less. That $420,000 number is about the affordable sale price. So if you figure 1,500 square foot home at $300 a square foot, what is that? That's $450,000 to build, plus maybe some land. So you're in the $100,000 to $300,000 subsidy probably. Which is about what we see in the mountain town that I work in Washington as well. So, that construction subsidy is often what needs to be brought to the table to fill that gap.
Well, you also mentioned, Mr. Wendell, that subsidy could be going directly to the homeowner. We could do that as well.
Well, the challenge is that I think it requires a little bit of a thinking of, does the system work for an individual homeowner or does it work for many homeowners? I think about it like, a road system, you don't measure the success of a road network based upon the individual experience of one person driving on the road. You zoom out and you look at like, is there enough, can people get around adequately? So I think that subsidy really gets left behind in the home, right? It's not associated with the homeowner. It gets left in the home, which then means that the next turn it remains affordable and the next turn it remains affordable.
Got it. Okay. Thank you for those responses. Thank you, Chair.
The question.
You're welcome. So we're going to go to another round of questions. We'll start with Chair Lee.
I have a question for Mr. Tyndall and also Mr. Kent again. I just wanted to check. I noticed, I appreciate your answers because they're not anecdotal. And so can you give Mr. or Dr. Tyndall your source of information? Is it from surveys? Is it from studies that you've done?
So generally, UHERO puts out this fact book every year of housing statistics where we look at, market trends, prices and rents and affordability metrics. We partnered with the counties, including Maui, to get information on permits and other, data points on housing production. We've, done some survey work ourselves, mostly around the fire recovery in Maui. A big part of that was housing affordability that, gave us some information on people's response to the fire, but also general, I think confirming something we all know what an enormous challenge housing affordability is, and that's top of mind for so many people.
Thank you. Mr. Kent?
Yeah, I would highly recommend that this committee, again, check out Grounded Solutions Network nationally. They're obsessed with this deed restriction topic. They've written several reports. They've got multivariate data, and they even have a really useful calculator so that you can calculate what it would cost to build a home. You take the interest rate, you take the cost per square foot, the buyer demand, the AMI, you plug it all into the formula and you see if it pencils out to a profit or a net loss. And, no matter how hard I try on Maui, I cannot make barely a profit. And especially if I add in the heavy affordable housing requirements beyond what you already have. So.
And you're taking into consideration the time it takes. We probably hold the record on the length of time it takes to get a building permit or other approvals.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. The council is very expeditious, but the rest of the county is not. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to continue with Member Yukile Sugimura.
Thank you, Chair. What a great discussion. So interesting, right? And all the people that we read about, they're here. So thank you for gathering the resources. One of the things that I think, and all of you, I would like to hear, or whoever wants to answer this, but I'm looking at the first-time home buyers program, and we now provide $30,000, which I think has been there. It's been that for as long as I've been in this council. Do you have an opinion of what is reality and maybe what it should be? Yeah.
So I have been working actually with the program that was introduced, and I believe HCA was given the opportunity to take $2 million and utilize at the AMI of $200,000 for down payment, closing costs, buy down interest rate. I have 6 of them that fell into that category and has been awarded the eligibility. But the problem was only on Molokai. The sales price guideline that Maui County sets was much too low for Maui Island and Lanai. But I realized Molokai, which is great because our Molokai families are being afforded a $200,000 down payment. We're getting them into housing, families that would be literally on the street next year. Honestly, a retired couple is getting one, and they're paying $100,000. And the $200,000 deferred mortgage payment that the county put in, which is a great program, but we got to kind of figure out how we can do it for Maui Island as well. I want to really quickly answer Councilman Senensi's question. He talked about, and you folks talking about the 30,000. I actually presented to DHHL with regards to the Pu'uhona problems that we're having there. The price of the homes are varying from $411 for a 2-bedroom. There's only 30 3-bedrooms, and it jumps from $509 to $699. It's a huge jump. 6 houses in phase 1 couldn't get awarded because people could not qualify. Mind you, they're not paying for the land. This is just the cost of the house. So I recommended that they, instead of giving the developer or the builder $30,000 to reduce the cost, so let's take an example of $500,000. They're going to reduce it to $30,000. So the home buyer would get a $470,000 house, except at an interest rate at the time that I presented was 6 3/4, which would save the buyer $194 a month, which that's really helpful. It's a lot of money. Over the term of the loan, it would be 360 months, would save $70,000. So I recommended that they gave it to the beneficiary, the homeowner. Give them the $30,000. Keep the sales price at $500,000. What we did with that is we split it up. We took the money of the $30,000 and we broke it down. We put enough money for the down payment. We put money for buying down the closing costs and the interest rate. Bottom line is they got the interest rate down to 5 3/4, therefore saving $285 a month, $110,000 over the course of the time. So if that $30,000 can be utilized properly for our homeowners, terrific. It's just that our sales prices are too high. So I think the last round of $30,000, a lot of people didn't use the grant. I did one grant for the $30,000, and it was a mother that got into Harbor Lights, and that was it.
Wow.
Yeah. There was a lot of people, but our prices were too high. Thank you.
Wow.
So members, it is now 10:32. Would you like to take your 10-minute morning break now? And then we'll come back at 10:42? Or, Member Paulton, do you have to leave?
Sure.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure that Ms. Paleka was coming back because that was going to be for my next question.
Okay. Ms. Paleka, are you able to come back after our break? Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Chair.
Okay. Yes.
I have to leave for an 11 o'clock meeting. So what are you going to cover from 11 to 12?
Probably
Just
still
continue.
questioning. Yeah. Still questioning.
And then after lunch, what?
Well, hopefully, if all the questions, then we'll go into discussion about all that we've heard.
Oh, okay. All right.
Hopefully. But
I have to, I'm asking to be
But your
excused.
questions are hard and the responses are lengthy. So I just want you to consider that. Yes.
I'm supposed to meet with DHHL at 12 o'clock.
Well, we'll take our lunch break at 12.
Okay.
Are you meeting here or you have to drive off site?
I got to look.
Oh, okay. That's okay. All right. Just to make sure if you had time to go to where you needed to go. Okay. Very good. Okay. So,
Madam Chair,
yes. I hear someone.
myself and Councilman Rollins Fernandez also have 11 a.m. DHHL meeting.
Okay. So I bet as long as we have quorum, I think we'll be fine, right? So if you all got to go at 11, you got to go at 11, Alice, and so do you, right? Yes, Member County Rollins Fernandez.
Correct. So, the folks requesting the meeting that we're all saying that we have a meeting with, that member Hodgins was late to the meeting because of this was all scheduled before this special committee meeting was scheduled, which is why we all agreed to the meeting, but this is an important discussion. I don't know if Member Johnson, we want to try to reschedule or something since it's virtual anyway. But during this recess, I'll try to contact them and see if we can reschedule, because I don't want this meeting and the discussion to continue and I not have an opportunity to ask further questions and hear the discussion. Mahalo, Chair.
Okay, but neither do I not want you to attend the meeting. But can't you multitask? Member Paulton, she's in 2 meetings at once. No.
I absolutely can.
Do you want us
Because
to
mine is virtual, so I can have another computer set up and then be in both meetings at the same time.
Okay, I was only kidding. I don't want you to work so hard.
You want to take the recess at 11?
I wasn't kidding.
I don't know if that would,
Help?
yeah, because the meeting's usually an hour long, right, with the department.
I don't want to recess at 11.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Also have to think about our resource people.
Yes.
I'm sure they have busy lives.
yeah. Okay, so why don't we take our 10-minute break and let's do what we can do in 10 minutes. It is now 10:35. We're going to recess till 10:45 and let's try to see if we can work out what we need to work out. But as long as we have quorum, we're fine, okay? Okay, HLU is now in recess. The HLU committee will now reconvene at 10:50 a.m. And I think we left off with Member Paulton asking questions, and Ms. Sugimura just told me she has a dental appointment at 11:30, and so we have a couple of people going to an 11 o'clock meeting, but we'll see where we land at 11 o'clock. If they need to go and do what they got to do, we'll still have quorum. Okay. Now, resources are all still here with us. So, remember, we have quorum. I see Gabe and I see Member Sinensi online. So we have 5 in the chamber and 2 online that I can see. Okay, Member Fulton, please.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Ms. Paleka, and it's about what if you can, Mr. Aerosmith was talking about temporal and non-temporal deed restrictions. I was wondering if you could share with us if you know what makes underwriters to be cautious when lending, and if there's things that can be done to increase the flexibility in buyback restrictions.
So, yes. So what underwriters care about is exactly what the guidelines state for what product they're financing. So if it's FHA or Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac or VA or USDA, that is what they have to go off of. It's the Bible, the handbooks, and the guidelines. And the guidelines do state for FHA that these restrictions are allowable. And I was frantically searching during this meeting so that I could send everybody the exact area of the handbook for them. I'm going to continue, but I want you folks to see directly from the GSEs, which is Fannie, Freddie, FHA. I want you folks to be able to see with your own eyes directly what it is that I, Misty, and all underwriters look at when it comes to the guidelines, because that is how we're allowed to lend. And it is allowable to exceed restrictions. And I encourage everyone to please go look at what Cindy Christensen of Aspen sent in, because they're the model. Like that, she already has been doing this. All of their restrictions now are in perpetuity, not 10 years, not 20 years, perpetuity. And she is financing. They are, not her, but they are getting FHA financing. And me and her have been corresponding as she's in her meetings today during this meeting. So I please go back and read her letter back to you.
Thank you, Ms. Paleka. My next question would be for Mr. Windell. If someone was to have to sell before their deed restriction is up, I was wondering if you had any suggestions for flexibility, like opening it up to all the AMI categories, possibly, if that would be something that would be beneficial.
Let me see if I understand the question. So the question is if someone is still under the deed restriction period and they're looking to resell, what it would look like to open that up to other AMI brackets. Yeah, I think it's a question of pricing and making sure that the home continues to be affordable at those different AMI brackets. The sort of complicating factor is if you have a home that's affordable to someone who makes 100% AMI, and then you sell it at a price that's affordable for someone who makes 140% of AMI, and then if it resells to somebody who makes 80% of AMI, you have to kind of refill that bucket. So I think that there's definitely ways, actually in the Mass Housing Trust, we've developed policies to make sure that those different proceeds are reserved so that you can have that flexibility to serve multiple AMIs. So there's definitely solutions, just requires an intentional pricing policy in order to accomplish that, but it's definitely doable.
Thank you.
I see Ms. Pelika's hands raised. Did you want to respond to Member Paulson's question?
It can hear me. I'm sorry, I don't know for sure, but I forgot to add to what I was finishing that Cindy Christensen in Aspen did acknowledge that their appreciation is at 3% and they're considering 4%, and that it's based on 3% or consumer price index, whichever is less per year. And she just confirmed, I got the email, that they absolutely are financing using the FHA product. I want to get more in detail with her with that so I can report back to her.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Paulson. So we're going to continue with Member Johnson before he has to leave.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. We have to leave 11, so I'm going to be on that 3-minute clock. But this question's for Ms. Pelika. You know, in your opening remarks, you mentioned the mental health of buyers and how important it is for folks to have a house. Has that ever come across your desk where someone said, "Ooh, a deed restriction, I will not buy this house"? Because I'm curious on that.
No, I never have I heard that. Absolutely not. What people who come into my office, and that I've been doing this 34 years, owning my company, 24 of them, they just need a roof over their head. You know, affordability, and I've been there. I've been homeless with a brand new baby. I know what it feels like. So they don't care about that.
It's the counterpoint a lot of people say is when you're up in the 140 AMIs, when you're just under the market rate, that those are so hard to sell. But you're saying in your experience, those folks, they'll take it because they can't even afford market rate, right? Is it, or what's the reasoning?
There is no reasoning. It's them being able to get picked for it. And I will say, I'd like to add, for the properties on Oahu, I tried to get my own child to be able to get one of those deed restricted apartments in Kaka'ako. If they would answer their phone and not get hung up on, and I have sent in his application, I walked there. Their doors were locked 3 times. So that might be why they have a problem having people apply.
You can now, the way the method is if they don't sell that unit, they can take it up to a higher AMI bracket, right? So it's kind of in their best interest to say, oh, the struggle is real. Now all of a sudden we can sell it at market. Okay, thank you for that. And my time's up, but I appreciate you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. So let's go on to Ms. Kiani Rollins Fernandez.
Hello, Chair. Okay, I'll dovetail off of Member Johnson's questions and for Ms. Pelika as well. So earlier, Mr. Kent said, why not just build rentals? And one of the benefits of having for sale homes with deed restrictions is the opportunity to build some equity. It's a managed appreciation, as we were just talking about. But when selling, they get a shared equity and not like zero equity if they were renting. Member Johnson, mentioned the 140 AMI is close to market, and that may have been more true years ago, but now the 140 AMI, it seems to be, it's much farther, much less than what market is now. And so in the previous meeting, folks have told us that deed restrictions prevent lenders from lending to folks buying properties that have the deed restrictions. And so, since you are a lender, I'm hoping that I can ask you that question and you can provide feedback on if what your take is on that.
Well, and I believe that Misty could also chime in too, but there's no question. I was a part of helping in the beginning of creating the deed restrictions, and I did extensive homework to the point of speaking to the asset risk manager of FHA in Washington, D.C. Absolutely, you can lend over these restrictions. So it's just mind-boggling to me that it continues, that this conversation keeps being brought up as if you cannot. Again, it's already happening across our nation. We're not creating something that hasn't been going on. So I'm not buying that.
Hello, Ms. Paleka. And I did meet with Housing Hawaii's Future yesterday, Perry and Mr. Wang, and I see that he's gone. Arasmith, is that how you say your last name?
Yes, it's not.
Okay.
It's not like the band.
Oh, Arasmith. Okay. And we talked about, and sorry, I'm saying deed restrictions, and I intentionally mean all the deed restrictions. But I know Mr. Wang was talking about speaking about them separately, and we talked about deed restrictions being, especially owner-occupied deed restrictions being in perpetuity. I was hoping that Mr. Arasmith, you could share some of what we talked about yesterday in our meeting.
Sure, just with regards to the feasibility of owner-occupied deed restrictions?
In perpetuity, and that,
sure.
in your folks' position on that.
Sure, and just to foreground Member Rollins-Fernandez and members of the committee, we were also discussing state legislation, which is presently being discussed, House Bill 739 and House Bill 740. And those bills I know have received the attention of some members of this committee. But those bills look to model or look to create a statewide deed restriction program that's based off of the Vail, Colorado model. And I think in that vein, we certainly do believe that owner-occupied deed restrictions could be feasible, especially if the counties are able to stand up an owner-occupied deed restriction program that guarantees that certain housing units will remain within what I guess we would call a residents-only housing market in perpetuity. And the idea there, too, is the counties alongside the state would purchase a deed restriction on the property, and then they would collect what we'd call the speculative value of a housing unit that, if left into the national and international market, would probably increase in such a manner to where it would be inaccessible to people in Maui County.
Ms. Arasmith. Mahalo, Chair.
You're welcome. So let's continue with Mr. Cook.
Thank you, Chair. My question's for Mr. Arrowsmith. You had mentioned the examples that you showed and some of the units that were being hard to sell, but you mentioned this, I believe it was your presentation, the very small size of the units. Was that your presentation?
Yes.
Trying to downsize to make it fit economically. Anyway, as a builder, I don't like that. But is that part of the problem in selling them? Because the product, there's two different issues. One is a deed restriction, but the other aspect of it is it's a product that isn't necessarily very desirable for the wider variety of the market.
Yes, Member Cook. That's a critical part of the problem, not just on Oahu, but I'd say statewide in terms of developers trying to figure out how to make projects pencil. And that certainly has to be part of the discussion about financing the construction of units that could come under deed restrictions in the long term.
Thank you. Mr. Kent? No, price of construction. Do you have any, I mean, we recognize that Maui has an exceptionally high construction price. And I think it was commented that also Maui is one of the toughest places to get permitting and land use. Could you kind of high level, briefly kind of sketch from your perspective and experience what those barriers are?
Well, I'm sure you've all heard those barriers. There's many layers of housing regulation. Hawaii has the most layers, and they did a study at UHERO. I don't know if Justin is still here, but they cataloged that by state. They also cataloged it by county, too. And Maui County's, I think, in the top 10. And so, yes, it's very restrictive. Now, with respect to the cost per square foot, there are ways to bring down that cost per square foot, actually. One is you could subsidize the project with taxpayer dollars, perhaps. But the other is to reduce regulations. We've heard about trying to to preemptively zone areas on Maui, and that would be almost like watering a garden and then watching it grow spontaneously. So obviously I'm more partial for that second option of just reducing regulations. But another way to build cheaply is kind of what Peter Savio does. He described his projects typically on Oahu take 2 acres of land and put 1 home on it. So if you take 2 acres of land and put 1 home on it, you don't have to get all of these approvals because that's allowed in the ag district, sure. But is that really what's wanted on Maui?
Thank you for the answer. No, that was done too often in the past, and now they're called gentlemen estates. Thanks.
Okay, Member Hodgins, are you ready?
I think so. Lucky for me, my fellow council members have asked really good questions that maybe I could dovetail off of. But I think Maui County has other restrictions that are not just deed restrictions that sometimes might impact somebody's ability to be able to qualify for a mortgage or financing, not just the construction of, but the purchasing of the homes. And I'm wondering if I could get maybe your perspective or maybe Mrs. Paleca's perspective on what else might be impacting people's ability to finance a home. Thank you.
Okay, so I do have some experience with the issues with the shared appreciation. I know Tara had mentioned in Aspen that they're doing it in perpetuity and they're getting the FHA loans. I just want to tell you the Maui County policy, that shared appreciation is clear. It's part of the deed restriction. It is a 25% shared appreciation. So again, I'm going to go back to FHA. I'm reading the actual, in accordance with 24 CFR 203-401. FHA considers a reasonable share of appreciation to be at least 50%. HUD does not object to affordable housing programs whereby the homeowner of shared appreciation is on a sliding scale beginning at 0, provided that within 2 years, the homeowner would be permitted to retain 50% of the appreciation. So if we're going to do something in perpetuity, maybe that shared appreciation clause of 25%, or however they're doing it in Aspen and it's been successful, maybe we need to look at that carefully because you're not going to get an FHA approval. And for first-time home buyers, that is probably the easiest loan besides a VA loan to qualify with the debt-to-income ratio. That's the biggest issue that I face with our borrowers right now, is getting them to qualify. And I just want to point out, our condominiums on Maui, and Tara, you can confirm this, I don't think there's any FHA-approved condos at this point in time. Maybe 1 or 2. And that's a really stark reality. We're not doing FHA loans on that. So that puts that first-time home buyer in the lower price range condos to even purchase. Yeah, so it's a lot. It's a big puzzle that we've got to figure out. But for lending, FHA has been the easiest to qualify. Yeah. I will say there are some programs with Fannie Mae, the Affordable Home Loan product, that is similar to the FHA, which will allow this deed restriction. So you can do that. Interest rates are higher though, just saying.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. Right now, the bills that we are going to hopefully discuss soon is just specifically relating to deed restrictions, but as we know, it is such a multifaceted issue. And so I hope to not only focus on deed restrictions, although that is what is happening now, and we can hopefully figure out how we can make deed restrictions work by relaxing restrictions in other places. Chair, I know that my bell rang, but if I could get Ms. Paleka to answer that, I would appreciate it. Thank you.
Ms. Paleka?
Yes, I agree with Misty, and I do also want to add that I have the deed restrictions directly from Aspen, the most recent ones, as of just like 30 minutes ago. So I can forward those also to you folks so that everybody can see exactly how they're written. As far as getting folks to qualify right now, Misty is absolutely accurate. There's hardly any FHA-approved condominium complexes. I do a majority of the full approvals when I have to, because I can 100%. It's not hard. It's just a little time lengthy. But what is happening, as we all know, insurance has gone through the roof for all of us. And that's why a lot of people are dumping their condominiums right now because their HOA dues have increased significantly. I have actually one of my assistants, her HOA dues are more than her actual mortgage payment right now. And she doesn't even have a swimming pool. So it's obscene. There's that. But yes, in any event, yeah, it's all about, being able to qualify and having folks end up, majority of the time, they hooey together. Like, parents got to help their kids, and that's just the way it is. So.
Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. So we're going to continue with Member Sinensi.
Hello, Chair. And I was maybe wanted to ask a question of the mortgage lenders, maybe, or anybody who wants to try and, we're hearing from, maybe it was Mr. Rasmussen that mentioned that some of the deed restricted homes are not being able to sell. And so I'm curious if we're using 50% market rates to pay for the affordable homes, and I know that Member Johnson has created a residential list for the county to try and fill those affordable homes. So, but from the developer's side, they're able to play with the market rates and those prices, correct? Whereas I assume they are subsidizing the building of the affordable homes. So why would they be so concerned? And if we're willing to purchase, those few homes that cannot sell and apply our residential lists for those potential buyers. My curiosity is, why is the developer so concerned about selling the affordable side, I guess? I see Ms. Paleka.
Now, I have, and this goes back to the old adage that happened a long time ago with Stanford Carr's Kealani project. My own sister, who worked for me at the time, now again, I'm owning my company here, she 100% qualified for that. She had to go get a pre-qualification letter from their preferred lender. Forced by law, they can't force you to use that preferred lender, but you have to go there. 10 times out of 10 times, they're way more strict because they can't do what I can do owning my own company. So they were not pre-approving my sister, who she 100% was approved, could get the loan, and I lost it. I sent an email to the entire county council. I sent it to our legislators. I went off the rails. I get a phone call. God bless her soul. Joanne Johnson calls me, lets me know that she has been experiencing in the past developers getting their projects approved, having these affordable housing units, then knowing they're not going to get enough people approved with these more strict local banks that can't do what I can do or Missy can do, that they turn around and they are able to take those other units and flip them on the open market. I'm not saying that's happening regarding this, but I'm going to say that that's what I've witnessed for years and years and years.
So they're using their own lenders for those?
Well, the local banks are way more strict. And even if the guidelines from Fannie Mae states you can do something, they possibly 9 times out of 10 have their own what's called an overlay that says even though Fannie Mae says you can do it, we're saying you can't. So it's a more strict because they're the one holding the product on their books. So these people who are not, say they were on unemployment, they're being told just because they're in construction and they have to go on unemployment every once in a while throughout the years, right? You can't use that unemployment to qualify. Well, that's disparaging income. Absolutely. That's against the law. That's a federal regulation. But they were doing that kind of stuff. I'm very passionate, obviously you can tell, about what I do for a living. I don't let people tell me no. So I'm letting you know that they were not able to get approved by the local stricter banks. And because they wouldn't accept my pre-approval letter for my sister, they got to turn around after a year, because I guess that's what it was before, and flip it on the open market. Again, I don't know, but all I know is I'm just stating facts of what I've witnessed.
They have their own conditions on those deed restricted homes. Got it.
Can I interrupt for just a second? This is Misty. I just want to confirm with Tara, she's absolutely correct. I'll give you a very recent example. I won't name the local bank, but it is a local bank. I happen to be doing pre-approval for Hawaiian Homes. They're the lead lenders. Okay, terrific people that work there. I have no problem with that. Except their guideline for an FHA loan was at 620 on the FICO score, whereas Tara and I on an FHA loan within our lending parameters is 580. So you see the difference. So now they're denied as a preferred lender, and that's what's happening. They're getting denied, and they're coming to the outside lenders. So there are different parameters with different banks, and our local banks are far stricter with regards to underwriting guidelines. Because a lot of times they hold the loans on their books, whereas with correspondent lenders, we are selling it in the secondary market. But yeah, she's 100% correct, and she's passionate, and she's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Sinensi. So we're going to lose member Seymour in a few minutes at 11:30, but we'll still have bare quorum. And then we'll figure out what will happen if we end up having to lose it. Member Sugimura.
So one of the resources mentioned a letter that that we should get a copy of. And what was the name? Cindy something from Vail. Oh, Christensen. Did it get sent? Oh, I looked in.
On the 10th.
I'm sorry, what?
Sorry. Yes. Yes. She sent it on the 10th, but I am in the middle of sending you folks an email with that, as well as the deed restrictions and her verbiage from my conversation with her while I was in this meeting. So you folks can see and you can reach out to her.
Okay, so you emailed it to us. You emailed it to the committee.
I'm going to. Correct.
Thank you. No questions.
Okay, thank you. Member Paulton?
Thank you. This question, I think, is for Ms. Baleka and Ms. Griffiths. If you can confirm, are buyers still able to get an FHA loan if the condo has more than 35% of the units used as a TVR?
That's a good one. So where do they get that information? So it all depends on the condo document, how that comes back. And this, you can continue on, but yeah. it depends on the actual project, as well as what those condo docs state and what the profile online, because underwriters will absolutely go online and review what it shows as far as the project, how much, is it used for vacation rentals and whatnot. But it truly all matters what those condo docs state.
Okay, thank you. And then in terms of the flexibility on the buyback restrictions, is owner occupied in perpetuity a situation that causes underwriters to be more cautious? Oh.
And Missy can speak more to it, but it's about the buyback stuff. Should it foreclose and county get first right of refusal, they're fine with that even.
Oh.
It's truly, it's risk management when it comes to that. And I'm feverishly looking for all those documents that I have with my correspondence at FHA directly in Washington, D.C., and I will forward those once I get it as well. It doesn't matter about that. What matters is risk, period. Okay. So if you folks are buying immediately and they are made whole, they have no problem with it. That's the exact words from my FHA contact in Washington with HUD.
And then my next question would probably be for Mr. Wendell about enforcement mechanisms for owner-occupied in perpetuity. If somebody bought a house that was owner-occupied in perpetuity and then we found that they were renting it out or not living there, not in accordance with the guidelines, that they went to the military or they had some kind of medical situation, what is the enforcement mechanism?
Yeah, it's a great question because these deed restrictions are not self-enforcing. I think that's worth remembering. It does require an entity, and in this case, I believe Maui County, to do that enforcement. And often, like if we use the Vail, the Aspen, the Crested Butte, all those mountain towns, again, is kind of the canonical example. The way that they approach that is that they have kind of a belt and suspenders approach. The belt is assessing a municipal fine that accrues every day that the individual is out of compliance with the deed restriction, which is an easier thing to collect on as a municipality, to collect on a fine. And then I think I was talking with a gentleman from Crested Butte where he says there's some folks that have enough money to where even $1,000 a day fine isn't prohibitive because they have enough money and they want their house. And in that case, that's where the suspenders comes in, and that's where one can take legal action and require the occupant to either come into compliance or sell the home, which would be a judicial process. I'd have to look at what Maui County's deed restriction actually has in it, but my bet is that there's an annual monitoring compliance where they have to probably, best practice is for the occupant, the owner, to fill out an affidavit on an annual basis to say, yes, I'm occupying it as an owner, I'm in adherence. And then in the event of non-compliance, legal action is usually the recourse. But like I said, in those mountain towns, they take this belt and suspenders approach that I would really recommend thinking about, where there's a municipal fine, which is a lot easier to enforce and collect on than judicial action.
Thank you, Chair.
So Mr. Johnson and Ms. Fernandez are off to another meeting. So let's continue with Mr. Cook.
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Chu, Mr. Randy Chu. I'm curious if you have any comments because you've been hearing all of the feedback and what your perspective is.
Mr. Aerosmith.
You're on mute, sir.
Thank you for the question. As I indicated earlier, we look at deed restrictions as a tool to use, and it's a tool that needs to be used not broadly for everything, but selectively. It will work, we believe, in the right situations for the right locations. As was mentioned earlier, there is a House Bill 740 that is going through the legislature right now, which actually is a deed restriction format based on that model from Vail, Colorado. But that bill also addresses ADUs as well as deed restrictions. Basically, the plan is to purchase the deed restriction from the owner, and it's a perpetual deed restriction. And it can be used selectively. We're thinking that perhaps that in certain areas of Maui, it may not be necessary, like well-established Kama'aina areas like Wailuku. I mean, typically it is not speculative, those areas and real estate, but other areas where the real estate would be more speculative, then it can be selectively used there. And it is a tool, but you have to take into account the fiscal realities of it, and if used wisely, I think it will work. It will help contribute towards keeping the local folks here. Needs to be looked at as an investment and not so much where the properties become a commodity. For the folks that are going to want to live here long term, that's the ones that, will benefit from it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's all, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I kind of wanted to pick up where I left off, and I think Member Paulton kind of asked a similar question too, but I wanted some clarification on why some of the local banks are stricter. You said they carried on their books. And then for you folks, you guys have a bit more flexibility because you guys sell it on the secondary market. Can you tell me the difference and how that impacts your guys' ability to lend versus our local banks?
Well, I'll let Nikki talk too, but as far as how that works is because, let's say, pretend, I'm not trying to pick on anybody, it's First Hawaiian Bank. They have their own overlay on top of Freddie, Fannie, FHA. And like Misty used as an example, you must have let's say, I don't know, but let's say FHA, First Hawaiian Bank requires that 620 FICO, where FHA itself, that actual federal guideline, it's the Bible that we use, and we fight back and forth with our underwriters, is that it says you can do the 580. Now, you might think to yourself, why would I do a loan on somebody who has a 580? That doesn't show that they're, fiscally sound or whatever. Well, maybe it's one of our kupuna that doesn't like credit and they live cash. It doesn't mean they don't pay their bills on time, but they're penalized for it. So back at the ranch for the First Hawaiian Bank, they hold on their portfolio. That's their in-house money. They will lend their in-house money and they will retain the servicing. So when that borrower who borrows from First Hawaiian Bank, they continue to pay their monthly mortgage payment to First Hawaiian Bank. It doesn't get sold and then they turn around and they're paying this to people. That is that secondary market. That's where all that money's made. It's buying and selling of our mortgages in packages. So, but they hold and retain that, and because of that, they get to say, we don't want to lend on somebody that has a credit score less than 620 because we don't consider that viable for us. So that's how that works, and I'll let Ms. talk now.
So every lender has their own parameters, and like she was mentioning the overlays. It just depends on their company what their overlays are going to be. So it can, like she said, the FHA guideline, you can go down to 580, but First Hawaiian Bank might be minimum 620 FICO score. That was just one example of overlays. There's other overlays besides that. For every lender, it just depends on what risk they want to take. So every lender is going to really vary, from credit unions to brokers to, our correspondent lenders. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, I have another question, but I'll hold on to it.
Okay, thank you. Chair President, yes.
Could she go extra because she skipped some of her?
Sure, you can go extra. We're giving extras today. Thank you for that, Member Paulton.
Thanks. I appreciate that. My question is, I was recently thinking, okay, I'm gonna be 39 soon. And in my life, we have people my age have gone through so much in the world, right? So in 2008, we had the major recession and, the housing bubble burst. And I was 4 years out of college, or in college, 4 years out of high school. Right? And we had like 9/11 and COVID and now this administration federally. And it seems like we should be preparing ourselves for another recession. Yeah, right? Like I just read, our president is trying to impose or threaten to impose a 200% tax on EU alcohol, which really messes with my life. And hee ha ha, but not joking. But what should we do in our housing market to prepare for this potential recession? Yesterday or the other day rather, we talked about the difficulties of financing a project when it has long deed restrictions or when it has all these other county restrictions. But in your opinion, when you lend money out and you're preparing all of our local people to hopefully buy a home soon, what should we be preparing for if we go into another great recession?
You're looking at me to answer that question. I was hoping Tara would jump in on that one. We get these questions from our young people quite a bit, how we're going to prepare. Typically, and I may be wrong, it's an opinion, during recession, our interest rates will typically go down. So really, that's the best time to buy. So be prepared, Make sure you have your stable job, And I think we need to start educating our keikis already in high school. My children had no choice, right? And I'm sure Tara's going to tell you the same thing because we're in the industry. But they're lucky because we're moms that was teaching. But if we can start our children young, before they get into debt on a student loan, because we see this so often. I was just looking at one just yesterday where the parents had a student loan of $30,000, and it can make or break their qualification for the home that they're trying to buy. But if we start our keikis young in realizing, what they need to prepare for, so by the time they're 39, they're ready to go, right? And that's something that has to be introduced into our educational system. And maybe that's something that us lenders can start working with our high schools.
Yeah, there's that one joke, right? And it's like funny, not funny, but the best time to buy a house was like when I was 12.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah. I just to add to what she said, I want to just, my take on that part is we're not going to have another great recession like we did. Why? Because there's no liar loan. As you guys know, back then, if you had a pulse and a social, you got a loan. And now I need your firstborn grandchild. I've got to have your blood quantum to make sure it's A, B, or C. It's ridiculous. There's not going to be that. As far as exactly what Missy said, educating our keiki, 100%. And Hawaiian Community Assets has a fantastic program that goes into the high schools to do that. And yes, buying in the recession when rates are low, that old adage about marry the house, date the rate, the interest rate. You want to grab while you can and then refinance later if you need to for a lower rate. But yes, absolutely. The rates do go down, and that is an opportunity. So people just need to save money and be prepared.
Would I be able to interject a quick thought on there too, just to build on that? I think when Ms. Palega mentioned that, the Great Recession of 2008 was based upon a structural flaw in our housing market, and that particular flaw was solved. So I think the nature of how an upcoming recession affects housing, we shouldn't necessarily look to what happened in 2008 as a predictor for what might happen for the next one, because housing was at the center of that. And then the other thing I'll add is specifically in the community land trust world, and I believe this applies to a lot of deed restricted properties as well, is that the foreclosure rate was near zero across the nation because folks that are in community land trust homes and often deed restricted homes are in at an affordable price. So they aren't in over their heads. And I mean, I think we saw less than 1%, far less than 1% in the community land trust world from a foreclosure standpoint. So I think the more of this actually affordable housing stock there is, it actually is a little bit of an insulator into community effects of recessions.
Thank you. If I still have some time, I guess maybe I'll ask Mr. Kent this question. So if we can prepare our people to buy during a recession, which hopefully we're not there yet, but we need something for people to buy. How quickly can we build for people to buy?
Well, that depends on how quickly we can get out of the way, I think, of the people trying to build, of course. It's well documented that it takes more than 10 years just to get a project approved. And it takes a few months to build the homes. And so the time is money, and the quicker you can allow building, then the lower the cost to build is, and the lower price those homes will be, of course. So I really like what the council is doing with Bill 103, Bill 104, and Bill 105. I mean, those are great ideas to help out. So kudos.
Cool. Thank you for that. The one thing I think the last few years have taught us is to always brace for impact, and we can never really predict what's going to happen. And I don't disagree that probably the 2008 crash is not going to happen so similarly. And yet at the same time, every day we're living through unprecedented times. And I just want to live through precedented times for like just a few years would be great. But that's all I have for right now. Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you. Let's continue with Member Senensi.
Hello, Chair. I too met with Mr. Arrowsmith and Mr. Wang yesterday, and our general conversation was that albeit housing Hawaii's future is supportive of long-term deed restrictions, they also support some changes on the other side, and maybe I'll have Barry kind of explain that discussion that we have about the different efforts we can do in supporting long-term deed restrictions.
Sure. Member Cincio, and I'll try and be concise with that conversation because I think it was a very substantive philosophical conversation. What we were saying in summary is that when it comes to measuring the cost of development, we cannot forget that there is a cost to development. And furthermore, putting in place lots and lots of restrictions, as Lee said earlier today, can actually impede the ability of a local resident to actually purchase a home that is deed restricted, especially under county's existing program. We need to have a give and take approach. And what we mean by that is if we're going to approach the conversation of having longer term deed restrictions or even deed restrictions in perpetuity, we need to think about other elements of the deed restriction program, such as income caps on the basis of AMI. If this program is going to only be targeting residents as defined by Chapter 2.96, is it more practical for us to stimulate the construction of these deed-restricted homes by getting rid of those sorts of restrictions while simultaneously lengthening the duration of the restriction or making the restriction perpetual, so that at the end of the day, what we get as a result is a market that's only for qualified residents? And that was more of a philosophical question that we threw out to you, Member Senensi, but
it aligns with how we've been thinking about House Bill 739 and House Bill 740. How do we get rid of certain restrictions and put in place other restrictions that are more receptive to the market for not just developers, but also for potential home buyers, local home buyers?
Okay, thanks, Barry, for that. And then, Chair, my other question for Mr. Chu, I guess, we just had this huge fire, and we've got a $4 billion settlement from the wildfires, and we've got another $1.6 billion from CDBG DR funding. And in our earlier discussions, our disaster recovery department wants to implement deed restrictions to keep the local community here. And your thoughts with other benefits to, like you said, establishing a long-term, a stable community, stable neighborhoods, those types of things.
Yes, we do believe, again, that deed restrictions is a tool that can be used when used properly and selectively. It will help to the overall broad spectrum of affordable housing. We are really focusing on trying to, right now, we are really focusing on trying to rebuild the affordable housing that the state has in its inventory. One particular project in particular is the Front Street Apartments that was destroyed during the wildfires. We want to rebuild it. We're looking at doing it better this time. It was built 20 some odd years ago, and it was 142 units. We're looking, because of the current situation where land values and scarcities and demand is there, we want to redevelop it to be appropriate for today's situation, which calls for a little more density, more community areas in it, just to keep up with the times. And we want to push that forward. We're exploring to see if possible, even some of the CDBG DR funds can be used to help in that effort. Yeah, there are the restrictions for the use of the DR funds. So we definitely exploring that. Our philosophy really is to try to get some permanent affordable housing online, so people have some sense of security. Right now, the state and FEMA has those temporary housing projects in Lahaina, which is good. It provides homes as a temporary thing, but I think people are looking for permanency. Yeah. And that's what we're really trying to target. And from every angle that we can deliver that, we will pursue.
Thank you, Mr. Chu. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Sinensi. So I want to welcome back Member Lee and Member Johnson and Member Fernandez. And we're going to start our question with Member Lee, if you're ready. And followed by Member Johnson.
I'll pass
and
for now. I'll wait
Fernandez.
for you to come around again.
Member Johnson, do you have other questions?
Okay, can you hear me? A little bit
Yes,
laggy.
we can. Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Chair, for my opportunity to ask a question. So, here on Lanai, first off, I'll back up where I can't remember who it was. I'm sorry, I'm just jumping through several meetings, but one of our resources was saying that, people don't want to live in 500 square foot units anymore. And here on Lanai, that's the description of our plantation homes, right? They're small, built 1930, and those were our workforce houses for many, many years. If we're looking to build a new affordable housing project on the island of Lanai, I want it to be folks who lived here a long time. Miss Griffith, I think her name was talking about the project where only about half of the families who qualified and got in those units were not really long-term residents. I think the deed restriction kind of puts those folks on the side who are new to the island because maybe they don't want to stay here 20 years. But Lanai folks, they do. They want generational, they want their kids to grow up here. You know, the old adage on Lanai is we export two things, our children and pineapple, and we don't grow pineapple anymore. So if we had long-term deed restrictions on the island of Lanai for our affordable housing projects, I think that sounds like a plus. We don't want the speculating. We don't want this idea of, oh, I get the, you know, you do the lottery, you pull out your name, you get the unit, and then you win another lottery by selling it in just a few years. That's my concern. And I really want to kind of tamper down. Why do you folks think that most of these newcomers are coming and buying the units that are being available? Do you think it's they have more purchasing power? What's going on with that? I'd like to hear some of our responses from our resources.
Well, I'm going to jump in and I'm going to be quiet because I talk too much. Honestly, I feel that because they have lived other places where they can save money. Look at us. I'm born and raised here, and it took me forever to be able to afford a house. And I make good money, but I'm going to tell you right now, I can't afford our median home price. Absolutely not. So I truly believe that that's part of it, a big part of it. And then also, there's some generational wealth they're walking into the door with over here. And the loans that I finance for people that are coming in, they absolutely have the down, they have the ability, and it comes from family money. You know,
Ms. Palek, those folks who come to you with that big purchasing power, do they scoff at the deed restrictions, or they say, "Oh, now I can't flip this house," or what's their response to that?
So, okay, I'm going to be honest. I've only had two people like that for the deed restriction, and one of them chose not to because they actually relocated. The other person, they were offered another home. So they absolutely were considering the deed restriction, but they weren't flippers. They weren't, looking to do any of that. They just were, one actually got relocated for work, and the other, I'll let Miss Cleese talk because it doesn't apply to me, sorry.
So the deed restricted workforce housing at Halikaiola, we really had a lot of people that didn't want to purchase because of the 20-year deed restriction. It took us, it was only 140 units there. And we ran over, I think, into July, sitting open houses trying to get them sold. And these were in the $500,000 range.
Were those mainland folks?
Huh? Excuse me?
Were they mainland folks or just in general across the board?
The restriction was they had to have lived here for at least 2 years. Okay, so
what was the AMIs for those units?
It went in categories. You had the 80% AMI, which completely sold out because the prices were very low. I think there were. I have the numbers here, but anyway, then you had the 81 to 100% and the 120. It was the 100 to 120 AMI that was the most difficult to sell to for the 20-year deed restriction.
I understand that.
Yeah.
So it does boil a lot down to cost. I mean, I always use the adage: if I go to the store and I see a $20 steak and it's on sale for $19, really, what am I getting? But if it was $5 steak, hey, I'm there for it. Yeah. And that's really what folks, when they think of houses, that if it's just right under market, but I think the quality of those units might also have been a factor, but my time's up.
I understand that's happening now. But they also, and I do understand that a lot of them are now pushing back on this 20-year deed restriction from this project. I hearsay, but that's what's been told to me. But I believe with what you're saying, Gabe, the long-term residents of Lanai, Molokai, they don't want to leave. I think that long-term, almost similar to what DHHL is doing, they're okay with that because that generational family wants to stay in Hawaii. It's here on Maui Island that we're having that difficulty because families are moving off island and they're going to that 9th Hawaiian Island because it's cheaper to live.
if we could make that unit really match their incomes, then we're talking a different story, right? But again, I heard my bell, so thank you so much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Okay, we're going to go next to Member County Rollins Fernandez, and we'll go back to Chair Lee. But I think Tamara needs to leave in a few moments.
Hello. I generally don't talk about the cost of housing on Molokai because I don't want investors or speculators hearing the prices because I don't want them coming here. We have been able to stabilize the cost of our housing on Molokai because we have a very tightly knit community that will sell their houses to each other for not double the price because we value our community here. And so I really don't want to talk too much about, Molokai's housing prices like this because I don't want speculators coming here. It's going to hurt our community, which is why I cringe when I hear the talk. It's mostly about Maui and the population growth. I wanted to share my screen real quick. Can you see that? The year from 1970? Can you see that? Anyone?
Yes.
Thanks, Gabe. Okay. From 1970 to 1980, like the 62%, 45%, 28%, the population has followed the construction. The amount of houses, if we were building houses for the current population, then we wouldn't see an explosion of the population on Maui. The amount of houses built, track the population growth. And so, hearing Mr. Tyndall, talk about more supply, it's scary because I hear Maui residents, they don't want the population of Oahu 1.4 million. And so there's an assumption of endless growth, and that growth, the principle of growth in economics is it's good, but it's not. Molokai doesn't want a population explosion. Maui doesn't want that. Maui doesn't want to have a population of 1.4 million like Oahu. So, how do we balance these things? And part of balancing these things is controlling the housing inventory with these things. And I feel like we've been talking about deed restrictions as one of the tools in order to control the crisis of housing distribution so that it remains for residents and not be vacant or for speculators or for investment. And I don't know if I want to hear the resource folks in sharing their concerns. I don't know if we as council members are really making progress because it seems that when our bias is confirmed by the resource people, then we latch onto that, and then that's it just reaffirms what we already believe. And so I don't know, it doesn't sound like we're as council members are really open to hearing what is being shared by all of our resource people. And so I needed to say that. I don't know, I called in Mr. Tyndall. I don't know if you wanted to respond or if you wanted to make a comment since I said your name, but you don't have to.
Sure. Yeah, no, thanks for your comment. So, I think everybody wants, obviously everybody wants people on Maui and Lanai and Molokai to be able to stay where they are. So the question is, would, expanding deed restrictions accomplish that goal? I think we can point to individual projects that have been successful and say, look, this family was able to qualify and stay. I think, though, if we look across studies of other jurisdictions, expansive inclusionary zoning policies lead to higher rents and less affordability generally for the people who don't qualify for those programs. I think I'm super sympathetic. Maui is very unique in the sense of the role of second homeowners in particular. I think though Maui is very well positioned with your property tax system where you already have separate rates for renters and homeowners and a separate class for non-owner occupiers. So, you guys should triple that rate, quadruple that rate. Every time, there's someone moving off island because they can't afford to live there or someone who becomes homeless and you have an apartment that's sitting empty for 90% of the time owned by someone from out of county, you should make that almost impossible to do or extremely unattractive, right? You have, tens of thousands of units that are essentially sitting empty that could be used to house local families. And I would make one other distinction. People were talking about the VAIL program and the state policy on deed restrictions. My understanding is both of those cases are to purchase deed restrictions on existing housing, which I think is a fantastic idea and another mechanism to make sure housing goes to local families. But I think that's different than placing deed restrictions on new housing, which we know from studies discourages building. And, if we look at the last 20 or 30 years of housing construction on Maui, we're already near zero, right? We already don't have developers willing to build multifamily housing without huge subsidies. So adding additional, costs in terms of affordability requirements, I think we're really speaking hypothetically because we're already close to no housing production in terms of multifamily. So tightening the rules further, would go from close to zero to zero, right? It's just not a lot of latitude for new construction. So, but I think deed restrictions applied to already constructed housing that's underutilized, I think that's definitely the right direction to move in. I think that would be a fantastic policy. Yeah.
Hello, Mr. Tindall, and that's why I spearheaded the tax policy reform when I first got onto council so that we're able to use those levers more efficiently. And I see Mr. Wendell with his hand up wanting to respond. Mr. Wendell?
Yeah, just a couple thoughts. Dr. Tindall, that's actually incorrect. The Vail, Breckenridge, Crested Butte, Aspen all have pretty significant inclusionary zoning policies, and the majority of their deed restricted homes come from those policies. It's true that they have their Vail Indeed and Good Deeds programs where they go pay for existing housing to put deed restrictions on, but that is by far the minority of the total amount of deed restrictions that each of those towns has and manages. And I think I've read some of those studies, probably not as many as you have, that suggest that there's a link between inclusionary zoning and rent increases. I think oftentimes that loses the local context and the elasticity of the local housing market. And I would say in Maui in particular, the housing market is very inelastic. For every increase in dollar amount of price, there isn't a corresponding decrease in demand for that housing because the demand is effectively limitless. It's globally interesting. So I think that's why the supply argument is so dangerous in a place like Maui, where certainly you add supply, but as Councilmember Rollins mentioned, that supply leads to growth, leads to people from outside buying and moving. So I think that applying that concept that inclusionary zoning makes things more expensive is it requires more nuance and also a discussion of what are the measures of success. Is it purely supply? And if so, I think that's a little short-sighted.
Hello, Mr. Wendell. I see Mr. R. Smith with his hand up as well, Chair, but up to you. Mr. R. Smith?
Yes, and I just wanted to make a minor note. With regards to House Bill 740, that's an accessory dwelling unit deed restriction program, which would basically be an exchange. The county would purchase the deed restriction, and in exchange, the individual would construct an ADU on the lot. So both the ADU and the existing housing lot, the existing housing supply, if you will, they'd both be under a deed restriction.
Mahalo for that. Mahalo, Chair.
You're welcome. Okay, members, it is 11:59. Have you all exhausted your questions for our resources? Because if you have, I'd like to let them go so we can go to lunch. But if not, then I'll have to see if they're able to stay. So members? Well, I think there's Shane online and Gabe's online. And in the chambers is Chair Lee and Member Cook and Member Hodgins. Member Sugimura's left, and so has Member Paulton. Okay, so there's 7 of us here. Okay, members, yes, Member Rollins Fernandez?
Hello, Chair. So you said any of the council members have further questions?
Yes, and then I would ask them to,
Okay.
I'd ask our resources if they could stay until after lunch. I mean, we'll go to lunch and come back unless they have to leave.
Okay, got it. I have a couple more questions, but yeah, if it's just me, then maybe I can just ask it before we break.
Any other members have questions for our resources? Not right now. I heard a not right now. Member Johnson?
Thank you, Chair. I think my questions have been answered.
Member Sinensi?
Thank you, Chair. My questions also have been answered, and mahalo to everyone for joining us. Thank you.
Okay. So Member Rollins Fernandez has a few questions, and I'd like all of you, because you're going to have to make a decision at some point in time, if not today, maybe next week. And I'd rather you all have all the information you need under your belt to make your decisions than have to think, oh, what did Mr. So-and-so say? Or I wish I asked Miss So-and-so this question. Okay, Member Rollins Fernandez, do you have a few more questions?
I can make it one. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you.
So the question is I guess like in response to, when I jumped back on from my last meeting, I heard Mr. Chu talking about that, folks want permanency. And so, like if that were true, mostly true, then the length of a deed restriction shouldn't matter so much, since the property would allow for managed appreciation to get equity in order to refinance, to assist their children with college tuition, for example, or whatever the financial need may be. But the bills that we have before us would extend the length, the duration of the deed restriction for affordability. I don't think the bill for deed restriction on owner occupied is part of this discussion right now, although we've been talking about it. But the other day, there were testifiers at the HLU committee meeting that were asking us to reduce their deed restriction from 20 years to 10 years, which kind of speak to the point of, that people just want to flip their home and cash in on the subsidy that made their housing affordable in the first place. So do you have any thoughts on that? Like if folks wanted that permanency, then the length of the deed restriction shouldn't matter so much.
Thank you for that question. I believe that, there's various populations that you have to look at when you look at the local communities. One are the homeowners, one are the renters. For rental properties, we have programs at HHFDC where to induce the owner of the property to keep it in affordability, we offer them GET exemptions on the rental income if their properties remain affordable. Once it reaches the required term of affordability that we establish in our development agreement with them, they could move it off to become a market unit project. Usually those are like 30, 50, 60 years. But to induce them, we offer them the GET exemption that's like 4.5% off the top to keep it affordable. As for sale projects, HHFDC has its 201H program where the restrictions are for 10 years, the buyback restrictions. And basically, after 10 years, you could sell it as a market unit if you bought it as an affordable unit initially. And, like was pointed out, there are some municipalities that have made the buyback period longer, up to 30 years, and they have a hard time selling it. That's kind of a proven fact. So we think that 10 years seems to be a good balance where people are willing to commit for the 10 years, and then after that they can sell it. If they do sell it because of conditions within the 10 years, they need to sell it to another affordable buyer, or we have the first right of refusal to purchase the unit and then resell it to an affordable. Yes.
Acknowledging, so when the 10-year deed restriction was created, it was back in the early 2000s, and the cost of housing was already starting to climb. It's insane right now. Acknowledging how long it takes how long and how expensive it is now to build housing, would it not make more sense to connect the deed restriction to the amount of time that it would take to replace the housing that would flip out of affordability?
Well, we should take that into consideration, given that thought. The programs in place have its rules right now. We're always open to re-looking at things to make sure that it is appropriate for the current situation. So we're very flexible about that. We want to keep up with the times.
Mm-hmm.
In the 1980s is a very different time from the 2000s, and right now is totally a different time, so we need to adjust, and we will adjust, and open to that adjustments as necessary. So I'd be happy to discuss it further with you, if you care to. Yeah.
That's great. Mr. Tyndall, do you have any thoughts on connecting the time that it takes to replace that housing that would flip out of affordability to the deed restriction length?
So, I think maybe I'll just make one related point. I think there's a lot of concern about flipping. I think this is only a profitable enterprise because we've had continuous home price increases for so long, so people find it an attractive possibility to buy a house, wait 2 years, and make a profit. If we were successful in tamping down home prices a bit, we'd see an evaporation of that type of demand. I think I think the possibility that someone who benefits from one of these programs and is then able to sell it later and benefit from that appreciation, to me, that's not a huge failure either. So, we don't want to see people flipping a thing after 2 years just to make a profit. But, to qualify for these programs, you have to be a local resident, and then if you are able at the end of the term to, make $50,000 and upgrade to a larger home for your family, because of some life event, I don't know if that's a huge policy barrier either. But in terms of tying it to the length of the restriction, I'd have to think about that. Yeah, I'm not sure.
All right. So you think the demand for housing on Maui could evaporate with different policies? So
I think, to give an example of, a condominium where some of the initial units are purchased by, an out-of-state investor, right, and maybe rented out to a local family, then there's a local family who's living in that unit. Or if it's, financed through money from outside of the county and then sold to a local family a couple years later, then that family gets to live there. Again, I think the real sort of issue, the leakage, is if those units sit empty for a long time, right? And we have tools that we could use to address that, to try to make sure it's, prohibitively expensive to leave a unit empty for a long period of time. And I think deed restrictions, is one way to do that. But I think then we have this big inefficiency of discouraging construction of housing, and the property tax system might be a better way to target that.
There's a billionaire that has bought 98% of an island, and he's left that vacant. I don't know.
He should be taxed 10 times what he's taxed, and that would be a huge disincentive for him to do that. Or the county would make an enormous amount of money and could build all the housing they want to, I think.
Mahalo, Mr. Tyndall. Mahalo, Chair.
You're welcome. So members, if you've all done asking your questions, I want to say thank you to Dr. Tyndall, to Mr. Chu, to Mr. Rasmussen, to Ms. Paleka, to Ms. Griffins, to Mr. Kent, Mr. Wendell, and Mr. Wang when he was here, and Mr. Ara Smith, and saying thank you for asking all of our questions and for making the best attempt in trying to help us resolve our deed restriction policy that we're going to be creating by next week, hopefully. And so I'm hoping that members, if you have questions, I want you to feel free to call these people on your own during your weekend if you'd like to do that. We have contact information if you need. So if our resources don't mind, we'd like to be able to share that, because I think the issue at hand is such a great issue. It's a grave issue, and we want to make sure we do the right thing by all of our people. And as you can see, just through the discussions this morning, that many of us really want to make sure that our homes stay in affordability, and that they are for our local people, and that it is tied to their homeland, and that we'll be able to do right by them. So thank you all very much. Members, it is 12:12. The HLU committee is now in recess for lunch, and we'll see members after lunch. We are now in recess, 12:12, until 1:30. Reconvene at 1:30.
Mahalo,
Thank you,
everyone.
everybody.
Thank you. Will the HLU committee meeting of March 13th reconvene? It is now 1:35 p.m. So members, when we recessed, we completed our questions for our agency participants. So let's proceed with discussion. Committee Vice Chair Hodgins, before you begin, I had invited member Mr. Mitchell, our housing director, to come and to kind of synthesize what he heard, what we all heard these past few days, to help us to set some kind of a path for us to begin, as so that we not be all over the place. So, Mr. Mitchell, please.
Thank you, Chair Kama, and aloha members and Chair Kama. So today's discussion, I guess I can best summarize by first going over what I think are the one or two salient points each of the speaker made, at least from my vantage point. And not that they didn't make many more salient points. I'm just focusing on the ones that were most significant in my mind. And then summarize in totality what I think I heard. And I will start off by saying I was grateful that the panelists all began to talk about restrictions, not only in terms of the length of the restriction, but in terms of the other non-time related, as I put it, non-temporal restrictions, because it's an important factor to distinguish. A lot of times folks will talk about restrictions having an effect on the marketplace without distinguishing whether it was the length of the deed restriction or was it some of the other non-temporal restrictions that affected the marketplace. And I think that's an important point to rest with, because the key here is figuring out that teeter-totter, as I described a couple of days ago, where you have enough restrictions or length of restrictions to retain and sustain an appropriate amount of housing stock for the community that needs affordable housing on the one hand, and on the other hand, not having so many, as I put it, non-temporal restrictions that are sticky or cause friction or that increase underwriter sensitivity because they view them as a risk that has to be dealt with. And then the other thing I wanted to point out is you've heard me in the past talk about we can try to fix the housing stock from the perspective of production, but we also have an economy issue that we need to recognize. And I think some of the speakers talked about the difference of our economy, the average wages, and how I think there was one speaker that said house prices are increasing by his estimation between I think it's 9 to 11% annually, but wages are only increasing 2 to 3. And it's really important to remember we're on the side of supply and demand, trying to create the housing. We're not on the side of fixing those economic drivers that allow wages to move commensurate with home prices. Okay, so going through Dr. Kendall's comments, there was one point I wanted to make sure I clarified, which is his reference to the length of restrictions not allowing projects to pencil out. When we look at pro formas, real estate pro formas, nowhere on that pro forma is there a line for the length of restrictions. We're looking at just the costs. And either it pencils out on the pro forma or it doesn't. Now, if you've got deed restrictions that lead to the developer not being able to get commercial financing, then we can say, okay, they couldn't even fund this project, so yes, it doesn't pencil out. But generally, we're just looking at a pro forma. So I just exercise some caution there when folks talk about the restrictions generally don't allow a project to pencil out. What we're looking at is the economics. But Dr. Kendall also pointed out that building in Hawaii is 3 times more expensive than anywhere else. And he said the 3 inputs there were infrastructure costs, permitting time, labor and materials. I agree wholeheartedly. 2 of those we can manage. The last we cannot. So infrastructure costs and time we can affect, but material costs and labor costs, it's very hard for us as a body, as a county, to affect that. I agreed wholeheartedly with Randy Chu, who talked about the need to use deed restrictions to sustain and maintain affordable housing for the community on the one hand, but to ensure that we weren't allowing homes to be, as investments to become commodities. And you've heard me talk about ways to control the marketplace as a key component too. So I agreed with what he had to say. I did not disagree with Ms. Paleka at all. Enjoyed her enthusiasm and liked what she had to say. I think it was Mr. Windell who may have alluded to home appreciation increasing at 2 to 3 times the actual wage growth. I think he may have been the speaker that talked about the relationship with wage growth and the ability to actually purchase an affordable home, and I thought his points were well taken. Mr. Wang made the distinction for you about time versus non-time restrictions, and I was glad he did that. And he also said that the problem of affordable housing needs both production and protection. And that phrase stuck in my mind. He used some examples on his presentation that I would suggest are inapplicable to the county when evaluating the effect of deed restrictions in the Oahu market relative to Maui. And his examples were really tall high-rises. And there are a number of reasons why those residences might be disfavored in the marketplace. And we also don't know what some of the non-temporal restrictions are that might have led to those units not being sold as quickly as they could. But generally speaking, I thought the presentation was thought-provoking, but the examples that led to his analysis weren't, I think, appropriate for our marketplace. Ms. Griffith's comments about how shared appreciation can become a problem for certain types of loans, I believe she said FHA loans, causing some buyers to have to pursue conventional loans, was well put. We, as a county, we don't know what all those loan requirements are, and it would be good to have a better understanding of how our restrictions might prevent potential affordable home buyers from actually getting loans. And so I'm going to look into that, see if I can figure out whether we have anything in our program that creates that problem. And I thought she was very helpful in pointing out how different lenders have different underwriting standards, and that some homeowner education needs to be done with potential buyers so they understand that if they go to a developer's preferred lender who's working with the developer on a project to get pre-qualified, and that lender, for whatever reason, doesn't pre-qualify them, that shouldn't be the end of their efforts to become a homeowner. They really should get pre-qualified or seek to get pre-qualified from some other bank. And I think Ms. Griffiths had a great example of how that occurred, I believe, in her own family. It was Paleka? Okay. Mr. Kent's comments, I thought were constructive too. He talked about how the higher the cost to build, the more difficulty affordability becomes in itself, compounded by the restrictions. And he coined the phrase, or he used the phrase that I had not heard before, that as a result, developers shrinkflate the homes and put the owners of affordable homes, while in the same position of any homeowner, of having to be responsible for defects and following up, put them in that position when they're probably the most financially vulnerable. They're not able, after acquiring the home and figuring out how to transition the home, to actually do what any other homeowner would do, which is, in the Haleakaiʻola context, it would be to, through your home association, initiate claims against the developer. Mr. Rasmussen I thought, made a good point when he discussed considering shortening buyback periods if a particular deed restricted home doesn't sell, considering shortening those buyback periods. So those were just my initial takeaways from each of the speakers. And to summarize where I am, having listened for the last few days too, I'm, as you probably can imagine, still at that place where I'm advocating that the council should be looking at reasonable time restrictions, the length of the restrictions, such that the county is not perpetually in a cycle of having to replenish the stock. You have to get to a point where you can maintain it. And if it's constantly cycling out of the restricted period and going back into the open market, it will create a continuous challenge for the county. So the length of the time has to be balanced with what I coined as the non-temporal restrictions. And so as I went back to my office after lunch, I took a look at when our deed restriction program rules were first drafted, and it goes back to the 1990s. So ours need to get a good fresh look. We have a lot of administrative rules in the Department of Housing that need a fresh look because they are, in my mind, very old. So that's something we're going to do. But then the bills before the body all deal with time, but not the other stuff. And so at this point, I would say that the challenge for the body is to figure out what the correct time is for the body based upon those bills, and perhaps at some later date consider an evaluation of the other non-temporal restrictions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Wow, that was a nice summary. Yes, Ms. Paulton?
I just had a point of clarification on his last statement. I was wondering if we have to constrain ourselves to the temporal right now, because we're in committee and we heard all of the, not all, but we heard a number of non-temporal inputs, and it's fresh in our mind right now. So I was wondering if it's off the table or off limits to, in addition to the temporal, speak about the non-temporal. I mean, it might be a lawyer question. For a lawyer.
Carla?
Chair, staff would agree that the subject matter has been discussed at some length. I think what the Director of Housing termed non-temporal deed restrictions. However, I think it would be wise to exercise caution as far as like trying to vote out a bill with those non-temporal restrictions right now. I think staff would recommend that if the committee decides to insert things other than what's been posted in terms, not necessarily the length of time, but in terms of the type of restriction, that we might want to consider posting that bill on a committee agenda again so that the public can come and testify on it.
Are you happy with that? Or did you want to comment about? Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
I can agree with that. I wouldn't mind to be cautious and give people the opportunity to input, but at the same time, if so many things are wrong and outdated and we're only doing this little thing here and this little thing here and waiting for it all to come together to a good thing, I don't know that we'll get the effect that we want. And so, and for me personally, I'm not going to speak for anybody else, I would be okay with working on taking the temporal and non-temporal together today and just not passing it out and reposting it, so that we are able to do that, because it's kind of fresh in our minds. And some of us forget after a week what we were talking about last week. And I think the crux of the issue is what we have 25% of market as are affordable to work with, and the market, anybody can do whatever they want with it. I mean, hopefully they're not using it as speculative inventories, but the 25% of the market we have is a small number, and if temporal restrictions aren't the way to protect that investment for our workforce that wants to own a house, because we're not really talking about rentals too much, then personally, I think we should try our best to do it comprehensively. Should it take more time, but that's just me. I liked what was said about the owner-occupied in perpetuity or 50 years or whatever that is, in combination with a deed restriction. I feel that there's a definite difference when we're talking about multifamily or those high-rise apartments versus a single-family home. There's differences there. But I do feel like the pressure to protect our affordable home inventory from speculative, whether it's temporal or non-temporal restrictions.
Okay.
That's where I'm coming from.
Okay. So we're in discussion, and Member Paulton had a clarifying question, and that's how we ended up with her. But I think the discussion is good. So let's continue with Member Hodgins, either on the same issue or something else.
Actually, I don't disagree with anything Member Paulton said. That we should probably look at it holistically instead of piecemealing all of the issues. I don't disagree why we both had similar bills, because we constantly spoke about deed restrictions, and usually only deed restrictions. And then through these last few committee meetings, we've had an opportunity to discuss 2.96, 2.97, nearly, not necessarily as a whole, but better and a bit more in depth. And I would rather do things right the first time than piecemeal. For instance, and I'll, speak to my bill in a second, but I do prefer, let's say, my deed restriction timeline. It gives us some flexibility to allow builders to hopefully be able to finance their project, and at the same time allow us to keep some homes in affordability. But I also like Member Paulton's language for multifamilies and keeping that at a separate. And we heard from Hale Kaiola and how long 20 years is. And I don't think they're looking to cash out, but they were provided with maybe a substandard project because the developer, the home provider, had a difficult time financing. And those are all things worth discussing. No different than what Director Mitchell was saying with all the non-time restricted restrictions. And I've heard before that the 90 days is too long, and I know that it's the 90 days for us and our first right of refusal, I should clarify that, not assuming you guys are in my brain, is a little bit too long for people who could not afford their mortgage and they want to sell, but 3 months is a long time. And I'm wondering if we could maybe talk about what is a better timeline for not only our county to buy that back, but also for people not to miss 3 months of their mortgage. But I'm happy to talk about all of that stuff today and maybe come back with some sort of mesh and blend of all the things that have been discussed over the last few weeks and give us the best opportunity to really protect our affordable housing. And I like that combination of, well, first I do like alliteration because it sticks in your head, but production and protection. Let's find that balance. And I thought the last few committee meetings gave us a good, I don't want to like kickstart to this discussion, but thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Chair Lee, discussion.
Yep, I agree with the previous speakers that it may be better to look at everything in a bigger view and try to deal with this, taking in more considerations than just the few that we were originally thinking of. And I'm happy to have that discussion next week or whenever you plan it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Member Sigmora.
This certainly was a great education, right? And I like working with the department and so that we can, cohesively come up with something that'll help our community, because that's what we're all trying to do. But the breadth of the resources was excellent. And for us not to look at it piecemeal that we have been, I think we all learn exactly what everybody's saying, is that the bigger picture is now before us, and how can we make this work? Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. Did you want to say something, Remy?
Dave Johnson.
Member Johnson?
Okay, Chair. Sure. I think the thing that I took away from this is it sounded to me that residents who consider homes as long-term houses and a long-term place to stay have no problems with deed restrictions. It seems to be the folks who've been here 2 years want to get in there, and that's the concern. That's the thing that I really learned is that locals don't mind a long-term deed restriction because they plan to live in that place forever. And that makes perfect sense to me. What I've been hearing from my community. I'm curious about the idea of, it just was brought up by some of our resources. The first-time home buyer program, to me, sounds like it needs to be revamped and pumped up, because the numbers was it 30,000?
Yeah.
And, and that's not, I'm sorry, 30,000 is not, in today's market, you need a bigger chunk. And I think this council has learned that on the way we subsidize with affordable housing funds, right? We have been giving bigger subsidies to our builders because of the things that we're asking them to do. So it makes sense to me that if we're really considering folks on a first-time home buyers program, we have to reevaluate that and give it put a bigger pot in there. Because then it gets into that debate. Do we subsidize a builder? Do we subsidize a buyer? Back and forth and over again. I think the answer is yes, and you do both, right? And the idea of having a long-term deed restriction is just so common sense to me, that the idea that, okay, I say it all the time, we haven't had affordable housing project on the island of Lanai for over 30 years. That means a 30-year deed restriction is up, and we still don't have units, right? So a long-term deed restriction and how slow we are to actually add to the pot, the inventory of homes, gives us a chance to catch up. Because what Councilmember Rollins Fernandez is saying is that I don't agree with the building our way out of this kind of mentality, because we ended up doing skyscrapers and comparing us to Honolulu. No, I don't really see our communities going that route either. So I think reasonable long-term deed restrictions for our people who live here, who want to live here for a long time, that's good use of our tax dollars. That's exactly what we should be doing to try to help keep our people here. So if the body feels that they want to have kind of an omnibus bill, which we worked on in my freshman term, then that would be, it's a heavy lift, but this stuff is complicated. If you fix this section, maybe you got to fix this section, and if they're going to work concurrently, then maybe a bigger bill is needed, if that's what the body's preference is. But I heard the time. I will just say this really reinforced my opinion that deed restrictions are needed for our residents who live here the longest. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. So we're going to continue with Member County Rollins Fernandez. Any discussion?
Mahalo, Chair. I don't really have, I guess I want to first say mahalo to our housing director, Mitchell. I thought it was an excellent recap of the salient points that he took away that I also, felt were the important points. So mahalo for that concise summary of the last, I guess that was this morning's meeting. I don't really have too much discussion. I would rather start getting into amendments and discussing those amendments and doing the work already. So I don't, I think everyone knows where I stand on everything. I've made that pretty clear. Mahalo, Chair. Appreciate this time to have the discussion, and I want to just start doing the work on figuring out the language. Mahalo.
Very good. Member Cook.
Thank you, Chair. I'm supportive of doing this comprehensively, and I'm in agreement that deed restrictions are a tool and necessary. I thought that our resource people, it was great to have such a wide variety and to get that perspective. The fact that FHA raising the shared equity portion and perspective of this would be impacting to the interest rate. So that's a big deal, is to be able to increase the shared equity, but to be able to weigh out and balance does it open the door wider for people to be able to qualify and have a lower rate? But there seems to be a lot of moving parts. I'm not a real estate person, so I'm learning a lot as we go. I'd like to focus on the fact that the protection and the production. The protection function of deed restrictions and subsidies and the mechanics of sort of controlling, influencing the purchase and the sale of properties. Overarching to mitigate, minimize, and eliminate speculation in our local housing so that people are being able to buy and sell homes, but it isn't like an auction, okay? I feel that the way that we currently have, and I'll quote, I forgot which person said it, but that Maui is noted to have the most restrictive land use and permitting processes. Mm-hmm. I'm concerned that as we are increasing subsidies and massaging these factors to enable people to have homes, we're kind of subsidizing the inefficiency, the ineffectiveness of our current processes. It seemed like comprehensive rezoning. That's something that I believe Jordan Hart from the planning director, I must share, he had the biggest grin when I mentioned would that help. So I'm just saying, someone who's experienced and is involved, he's like, yes, that's a big deal. So I'm just sharing my thoughts of this, people, that as we look at this, I feel that in order for us to be really effective and get the most value for the public funds and to be the most effective in meeting our goal and objective, which is to have our local residents be able to have permanent, secure housing for generations, that we need to also focus on those aspects. My time's up.
Thank you. So we're going to continue with Member Sinensi.
Thank you, Chair. I took some notes too. And as I had stated in some of my questioning, that we had just experienced or lived through the worst fire in our modern Hawaiian history. And again, $4 billion are available in the Maui settlement proceedings, as well as another $1.6 billion of CDBG disaster recovery funding slated for the Lahaina rebuild. So, Chair, all these massive investments are being put into our local economy. And even the recovery director has made it very clear that deed restrictions will be a major part in securing the rebuilding of homes for our local residents and not for outside speculators. After all, Chair, who would want to squander all of those investments toward the open market and not secure these investments for our future generations of Maui residents? And we are in a tourism economy, Chair, whether we like it or not. Maui County has been on the Condé Nast list of top destinations for many years. Practically everyone in the world would want a Maui address, including Lanai and Molokai. And at every NACO conference that we visit, those tourist economies, including Colorado, are experiencing these housing shortages to short-term rentals that we need for important workers like nurses, teachers, doctors, firemen, and emergency personnel. Our local residents are moving to the mainland every time an affordable unit flips to the market rate. And Chair, the simple reality from what I got is that we just cannot afford $500,000 to $800,000 homes. Our wages just don't add up. And so I liked what Mr. Chu had stated. I agree that deed restrictions benefit our future generations of Maui County residents. They stabilize our neighborhoods. They establish long-term roots to plant. Deed restrictions will keep our local families home and in turn contribute to a vital local economy, including retaining our worker housing. But Chair, it was nice to hear from all the industry professionals today and to hear from their challenges and their personal experiences. And I do agree that we should work to protect our affordable housing stock and not just sell it on the open market and lose our island population and our workers. So, but that said, I too am looking forward to working with each individual affordable housing project that we review and try to kind of make it work. It seems like every project will be different that way. Sure. Thank you.
You're welcome. So one of the things I heard Mr. Chu say also was that deed restrictions are a tool to be used selectively, right? And it was talking about in certain geographical locations, it makes sense to use deed restrictions. But in places where we know people are going to live forever and ever, you don't need it because people will always live in that home. They're going to pass it on to their children and their grandchildren, and it'll become generational homes. So those are some of the things, that's what I took away besides all the other things that Remy had mentioned and all you all had heard this morning too. And there's a whole bunch of other stuff too that I learned in terms of what I heard. But I think one of the things that I want to get back to is Member Paulton's discussion about wanting to make sure we don't lose the momentum of what we've learned here, but how do we include at some point in time the non-temporal discussion that we had and take care of first things first, which is the bills that are before us. So, James, is it possible to do that within a week, or do we have to wait? Because this will be, next week, Wednesday will be our last HLU meeting, and then we go into budget, right? And then once we go to budget, we're going to lose momentum and all of that. So is it possible to do what we're trying to do within a week or no?
Chair, apologies. I think as staff, I'm not prepared to answer that right now. Do you think we could request a brief recess to confer with you on the matter?
Yeah, okay. Let's take a 10-minute recess. It is now 2:09 to 2:20 recess. Okay. Will the HLU committee meeting of March 13th reconvene? It is now 2:23 p.m. And thank you, members, for that short intermission. So I want to thank member Rollins Fernandez for the offer through her text message that you all heard her tell me to read my text message. And she had offered her time slot, which is normally next week, Thursday. So she's going to have her CAA meeting. And after that CAA meeting is over, she's going to offer us her 2:30 slot. So I just want to know if there are members who will be available, because member Rollins Fernandez meeting is a 7-member committee, and we'd like to make sure that we can have more people participate if we're able to do this. So it's March 20th, yes. Member Paulton.
Yes, I would be available. I just got a noon appointment to give blood.
Oh, okay. So we're gonna convene at 2:30, or right after member Rollins Fernandez.
Mahalo, Chair. Only Member Johnson and Member Hodgins are non-voting members, so all the other members are voting members and should be available for my meeting because they didn't know that it was only going to be an hour.
I'll see. I guess they're now knowing that your meeting's going to be an hour, and the meeting following your meeting is going to be 3 hours. No, I'm just kidding. It's going to be as long as we want it to be. So in order for that to happen, we have to post a new agenda and a new bill, give members of the public an opportunity to testify on this. But even in order for us to have something by next week, Thursday, staff is asking us to be able to speak about or speak to those things that you would like to have in the bill today, because technically what's come off from the past few meetings we've had is the evolution of what we're now doing with deed restrictions. So what we're going to be doing now is we're going to be still talking about workforce housing and deed restrictions, but these are additional protections that we're adding. So it's not like we're doing anything out of the ordinary. Through the evolution of it all, we found that we need more protections because that's what we heard from our resources. And that's why we're going to have to post the new agenda and go through that whole process again next week, Thursday. So is that correct, James? Thank you. So members, will you be available? Okay. Okay, so next week, Thursday, we're still going to have our HLU meeting on the 19th, and then, no, because don't we have to, we have to pass out this, right?
Chair, it's up to the body what it wants to do with this item that we've posted today, but I think, Chair, what you were mentioning to the committee was perhaps discussing what would be needed to craft a new bill that you would post for the 20th on Thursday. So if, the 19th meeting may not be needed depending on what the committee wants to do.
Oh. But if that's the case, we should do it on the 19th. That's what I'm thinking, right? Yeah.
Chair, I suppose the challenge for staff is we likely do not have enough time to jump through all of the administrative hoops necessary to post today for the 19th.
Okay.
But we could make the 20th happen.
Okay. Well, let's just continue our discussion and figure out where we're going to land at the end of the day, right? Okay. So who did we leave off with?
I think we left off with you, Chair. I think everyone had an opportunity to speak before we went to recess.
I remember speaking about the tool used selectively. Yes, Member Paulton.
Okay, if we're brainstorming for a comprehensive one, the way I see specific categories would be like what are we thinking for multifamily or duplex, whatever, not single family, multifamily or single family, and then also county owned versus not county owned. And then maybe also projects that get affordable housing subsidy versus those that don't take any affordable housing subsidy. And so that's just my initial brainstorm of categories that we shouldn't treat them all the same. That if it's a multifamily or single family, if it's county owned or not county owned, and if it's gets an affordable housing fund subsidy and doesn't get an affordable housing fund subsidy. So I'll just leave it at that. I see Member Johnson has his hand up.
Member Johnson, yes.
Thank you, Chair. I think that's a good start. I also want to have the body consider some of the bills that we passed. Bill 111, having a residential preference list, Bill 107, keeping it truly affordable around the 30% AMI. Or 30% income, and of course, Bill 61 using the Affordable Housing Fund to pay off bonds when it comes to affordable housing for infrastructure. I mean, these are all very important bills that I hope the administration starts pushing for the portal for the Bill 111 that gives the residential preference. Because again, with what the folks were saying, it seems like our long-term residents who don't mind long-term deed restrictions. So what Councilmember Paulton mentioned, I am here to have that discussion. I totally think those are important things to talk about. But also, hopefully the administration can really come in with some of these bills that we worked on to give that moving list of where the people stand and who gets priority. Those are all things to be considered. Thank you, Chair.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Okay, so let's go back to Member Chair Lee, and we'll work down everybody according to your seating.
Can I ask the director a question?
Sure.
Okay, Director Mitchell. I think in 296, there is a section on deed restrictions.
Thank you for the question, Chair Lee. That's correct.
And then, but you apply that across the board for all projects under 296. Plus, you use that as a template for other agreements, yeah?
That's my understanding, correct.
Okay. But there are no variations. It's just one shoe fits all.
That's correct, Chair Lee.
Okay. All right. And can you repeat what that is? That's the same template we use for 201Hs and 2.97s as well, 2.96.
So
right?
no, the restrictions for the 201H would be based upon that state statute. So they're different than our 296.
Okay, so that one has different deed
Correct.
Restrictions?
Correct.
Can you tell us what that is?
I can provide them for our next meeting.
Okay, that'll be great. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Sugimura.
Let me think about it.
Okay. Okay. Member Paulton?
Thank you, Chair. The other, I don't know if we should just stay on that, the multifamily, single family, county-owned, non-county-owned, affordable housing fund or not affordable housing fund, but the other portions of it were being able to address the 90-day buyback period, whether or not, we can make a decision within 30 days and then set aside the money for the expenses for the next 60 days, or where we front it and then we get it back out of the purchase price or something like that, so that they're not like, oh my goodness, I can't afford to the carrying costs and stuff like that. And then a longer period of owner occupation, because what we're trying to build with our small amount of affordable housing is housing for the people that live and work here. So, in the other market rate homes, you want to turn it into a rental, build generational wealth, that's your kulyana, because by doing 50% shared equity, we're significantly raising the cost of what was once affordable homes. Although, I mean, I guess it's better than just going out on the open market, but it doesn't accomplish keeping the value down for the next buyer. So I'm not sure how to address that, but I'm not sure if we can address the buyback period. And I think we could address the owner occupied in here, but maybe the buyback period has to go with the first time home buyers, which I don't think we can address in this because that section is not under 2.96, the first time home buyers part of it. But maybe we can introduce that at the Thursday meeting so that it is a comprehensive thing where we up the money. And in the buyback period, if we need to allocate or a certain amount of our affordable housing funds so that we're always ready to take action.
Okay. Member Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. So I started thinking of some things that we would like to consider. Deed restrictions on folks who are getting the first-time home buyers monies. That might be something to consider. And the idea that builders get light tech money, low-income tax credit, and what does that mean for, what do they do with it? They can take and build a mansion or something above market, and they can use that tax credits for those units. So why wouldn't we put a deed restriction on light tech projects? Because at the end of the day, we're producing the mansions get made at the end of the day, and they're going to be there forever. Whereas these homes that could have a deed restriction, we could keep them in that island of affordability for a bit longer. Those are something to consider. Then I started going, I was like, I almost feel like we put deed restrictions on all these other things, but maybe we could focus on what not to put deed restrictions on, like 100% affordable, no money taken from government coffers. I don't know, because there seems to be like a good reason for deed restrictions for all of these things. So maybe it's looking at it like what wouldn't require a deed restriction. And I don't know what is the easier route to go, because I keep thinking like light tech on one side it gets good units, but you're also at the cost of a mansion. And I think light tech now might be 60 years deed restriction. So maybe that's already taken care of out of that. But I'm just knowing that light tech can go for, multiple $1 million homes. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Okay, now we're back. Yes, Shirley, I'm sorry.
No, when my turn is,
Okay. So we're back to you, Member Rollins Fernandez.
Sure. Okay. I'm not. I know what we're doing, but it's interesting. Okay. So I have. I've been noting down what we're all talking about, and I'm just gonna say all the things in case. Okay. So we have the deed restrictions. Those are the bills before us on affordability, and then like resale restrictions, and then deed restrictions on the use, so owner occupied, and then deed restrictions, like indeed the voluntary deed restrictions. So I don't know if this would go all in here, if this is some kind of an omnibus bill. And then under that can't be my bell.
That's Alice's bell. No, I'm kidding. It was a mistake. It was a mistake.
In 2.96, eliminating housing credits. So, okay, and then I don't know if we need to put in the code a leasehold program. Is that something, Director Mitchell, that we would need to put in the code, or is that something that would be like in administrative rules?
Thank you for the question,
Yes.
Chair, and Member Rollins-Fernandez. You know, I don't know the answer to that question, in part because I don't know if we have provisions relating to the county having a lease back or a leasehold program in the code. So I need to look at that first, and then I'll be able to answer the question.
I think the answer is no. I don't think we have that.
Yeah.
But not my final answer. That's just what I think. I think we were talking, I don't know if this was mentioned, but so we have like some like teacher housing, healthcare worker housing. We have some police and fire housing, and we had talked about like, you know, investing a little more in that. I know the teacher and police housing here really needs some attention on Molokai. And I think Lena'i and Hana too. Yes. Okay. And then let's see what we have. Okay. And I agree with the down payment assistance, reassessing that to increase it from 30,000. And I think that's everything. Oh, and before I forget, a resident from Kaiola, contacted me or emailed me explaining the high cost. And so I think 2.96 by having market and the higher AMI subsidize the lower AMI housing, because she sent a list of the prices of all the houses, and you know, like, so it's like over, you know, 600,000, and then you have some that's like 300,000. I think that kind of creates more of a problem too, instead of, you know, taking requesting affordable housing fund to subsidize and putting it on the cost of the higher AMI in the market, that it artificially inflates the housing cost. But I wanted to ask, if you would allow, I wanted to clarify with Member Hudgens, because I heard in her initial comments that the Kaiola project, the substandard construction was due to its challenging in financing. And I didn't hear that. I didn't hear anyone say that in our meetings. So I don't know if that was like outside.
Oh, perfect timing. Can I answer that?
Yes, by all means.
Yeah, that was the issue. They had to self-finance because they had a hard time getting construction loans. And that is a 2.97 project, so it's like all affordable housing. They didn't have any market rates. But yeah, that's what I understood was the main issue. And because of their inability to finance, they were, unfortunately, the home buyers were provided with what they now feel is a substandard product, where they were supposed to have all these amenities and then they couldn't have it. And then they were supposed to have individual water meters, which I didn't know any of that detail. I just knew that they had a difficult time financing. And then listening to the testimony, they gave us, I guess, the unfortunate details. But yeah, that's what I understood to happen.
Mahalo, Member Hudgens. Mahalo, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to explain that.
Member Sinensi?
Oh, wait.
And Chair, I see Ms. Toshikio with her hand up.
Oh. Okay, Ms. Toshikio?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point something out because it's come up a couple of times. A couple of members raised the issue about the first-time home buyers, the $30,000 limit. And it's not within the Maui County Code. That limit is within the condition in the fiscal year budget. So under the special revenue funds, that's been a condition that says it's disbursement of grants up to $30,000 each. So that's where that limitation comes. And I'm not sure if that's an internal policy decision from the department, but that's kind of where it stems from. It's not coming from the code.
Ooh.
Thank you, Ms. Toshikio.
Yeah, thank you.
Chair, I'm not done though. Can I continue?
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to point out, we've had so much discussion, and I don't disagree with Member Johnson that our long-term residents probably don't need a deed restriction because the opportunity to live here is, such a blessing for most of us. But what I will say is, because of our lack of water availability, not every place on this island has equal access to affordable housing. The reason why we still have my family's, well, we didn't call it affordable then, was literally just called low-income housing, was because they built it in Paia, where we're from. And we never needed to consider selling because I would never want to move out of Paia. But I didn't have that opportunity to continue to live in Paia. Right now, the only place that we collectively are building affordable housing is in town, in Kihei, and right now, rightfully so, in Lahaina. But as somebody who grew up country, as somebody who's proudly from Paia, every place else is cool, don't get me wrong, but that's not where I want to live forever. I would love the ability to move up to where I actually really want to live. Nothing against town, please take no offense. Nothing against Kihei, nothing against Lahaina, all beautiful places, but not where I consider my home, not where I know the people like the back of my hand, not like where I know the roads like the back of my hand. And so, given the opportunity, because we have so little, I would buy someplace just to give my family stability, like I have. But if something came up country in Paia, I would want to go. I would want to go where I'm from. And I'm from Maui, but specifically, I'm from Paia. And I've been priced out of Paia. We haven't had affordable housing in Paia since the 70s. We still have the same one.
Yeah.
Upcountry, we have Kulamalu, and that's multifamily, and I have 4 kids. Sometimes I talk loudly, and I don't really want to live next to people like this close, because I talk loudly. But my point is that location is absolutely true. Mm-hmm. And I completely agree that most people are going to want to stay here forever. But I have to take care of my grandma. The fact that she's 5 minutes down the road from my parents' house is huge. Mm-hmm. And if my auntie lived in Lahaina and she had a hard time coming out this side sometimes, it's rough. So I just want to remind everybody, I don't disagree. For majority of us, we're going to stay home. Mm-hmm. But when Upcountry starts hopefully having some homes, I want Upcountry people to go home. But I do actually have a specific question after I went on my little tangent. Part of 2.96 is this income group distribution where we have 30%, 50%, and 20% below moderate and above moderate. Can I please continue?
Yes, by all means, please.
How is that 30, 50, and 20% working out for us? We hear so much that our firemen, our nurses, as Member Rollins Fernandez were just talking about, but for 2 professionals living together, a fireman and a nurse, let's say, mm-hmm. they don't qualify for much. And right now they're teetering in above market, and that's only 20%. And that is, they have a stable income, but only 20% of our 2.96 projects, and that's 20% of the whole thing, and then 20% of that 20%. So we're only talking about a very few homes. But that's our workforce professionals, and they are getting a very slim opportunity to buy homes. And I said this the last time, my husband and I probably wouldn't qualify, that's exactly who I'm talking about. And we have to compete in the open market, which we cannot compete in the open market. So I just wanted your opinion on how that income group distribution is working, and if we might need to consider more flexibility there.
Thank you, Chair Kama, and thank you, Member Hodgins. I don't, to answer your question immediately, have the data in front of me to justify a fair answer. Mm-hmm. But I, like you, could look at what's happening in the market and surmise that we're not providing a number of units necessary for the right income brackets. I just don't have the data to prove it.
Me too.
Okay, all right.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we're going to go back to Member Senensi.
Thank you, Chair. In our meeting this morning, Mr. Rasmussen talked about having affordable units that weren't being sold. And so we did, and Member Johnson did mention Bill 111 on the residential list. And so, and of course, Ms. Baleka and Ms. Lee were also talking about first time home buyers loans, FHA loans, those types of things. So I don't know if maybe having that addressed somewhere as we move forward. Member Johnson did say, mention the portal. Maybe these types of information could also be placed on the portal for first-time home buyers. And then on Monday, Chair, Mr. Savio spoke about the way he kept his homes at built prices was he gave home tax exemptions to buyers. So I don't know if this is something that, just to encourage people to buy the deed restrictions, that hey, you get a tax exemption, as he had mentioned in Monday's meeting, if you purchase a deed restricted home. He also mentioned about also increasing taxes for second homes and empty homes as well to help subsidize some of the affordable units. So those are just some of the other notes I took and maybe we could address moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sinansi. Okay, Member Lee.
Thank you. I think we need to bifurcate county projects or county government projects and private projects, because I can see us moving in the direction that the councils of the past have always done. They try to fix one thing and they end up making everything more restrictive.
Mm-hmm.
And we already heard from everybody that it's very difficult to build homes on Maui at a reasonable price because of the incredible amount of time it takes to get projects through the system. It becomes extraordinarily expensive. Not to mention all the other influences around the world and with our beloved new president, making things harder and harder and more chaotic. So if we're going to start talking about, for instance, increasing the number of units, let's say, as Member Hodgins talked about, from 20% or more, increasing the number of required affordable housing, then I think that should pertain to county housing or state housing. Because if the private developer cannot afford providing the homes now, imagine if they were burdened with more affordable homes. It's not going to work. It's just not going to work. So, maybe we can say we need one set of standards for a county housing and one set of standards for private building where there is less or no subsidies. And when there is more subsidies, then there could be a different standard. But I was very concerned because there's always that tendency when you open this can, it might turn out to be worms or it might turn out to be flowers, something successful and effective. But it's very dangerous to go down the path of revising a lot of established ordinances if you're only going to make things stricter, because we already know. Or did I misspeak?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I thought you said 20%.
That's because, so I understand that 2.96 deals with the 20% of the homes in general. As you might remember, my dad was on that committee, and I have heard ad nauseum why it was changed over dinners. But no, my question was more the 20% of the affordable units that are created in 2.96, only 20% of that 20 is for the above moderate income residents. So I was just asking his thoughts for flexibility with that 20% in 2.96 that we recognize, and having greater flexibility to address more of the AMI brackets instead of 20% of
Okay.
30%,
Yeah, I
50%, and
understand that.
20%.
It's just harder, it's harder to qualify people when you start breaking down the brackets too much. But we
It's
can
already-
discuss that.
Yeah, it's already done. So in my head, if we're able to provide for higher AMI, we would be able to qualify more people, and we'd be able to build more homes if we better address the gap income homes that aren't being created.
Okay, and then the other thing that I actually raised my hand for, I really wasn't planning to have a discussion with Member Hodgins, was I think we need to revisit the shared equity formula, because I have received a bunch of complaints from regular people who said they bought into affordable housing projects, and with the current system, they can refinance their mortgages, but they can't take out equity. And let's take a look at that. I think we need to take a look at that. It might get complicated, but I think it's worth looking at. Thank you.
Member Sugimura?
Pass.
Member Paulton?
For the AMI question, to Member Hodgins' point,
I did see something.
I think for me, I feel comfortable with starting on longer deed restrictions with that flexibility on being able to sell to whatever AMI that you can find a qualified buyer at, is where I would start, I guess, and see how that goes. While maybe the research is done as to where we need to go for the AMI distribution. I think in general, like LIHTC projects for 60% and below, or like how Mr. Bigley recently said you could go 80% and below. If that's the case, then we should focus on the 80% and below as rentals more so, and maybe 80% and above towards home ownership more so, and provide the 80% and, well, provide everybody with the education needed to get to home ownership, if that's where they want to get to. Like whatever your AMI is, how do you get towards home ownership? Oh. And
because I'm waiting.
So I mean, I don't know everybody else's comfort level, but if the fear, from what I heard of the Halikaiola folks, is being able to find an income qualified buyer, and we grant that flexibility to find any affordable AMI, then would it fit the 20-year deed restriction? And then also lessening that 90-day buyback period. So if they aren't able to find an income qualified buyer, the county takes steps to not have them carry that cost for 90 days. As soon as we decide, yes, we want to move on this, we can front them, their monthly fees that would get taken out of the purchase price possibly. I would feel comfortable with moving in that direction as a step one, and seeing how it works out in terms of adjusting, and also the research on what AMI is really, because I think each AMI category has like 45 days. Is that correct? If we don't find any income qualified buyer in the 80% AMI category, in 45 days it goes up to the next one. So, I mean, we should have the data on where a majority of the homes, what AMI they sell in. Just throwing that out there.
Clarification.
For me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Really?
Okay, did I hear you say something about seeing if the LIHTC credits could be, tax credits could be applied to the 80%, instead of just the 60, go all the way up to 80?
Yeah, I thought that's what Mr. Bigley had said when we were discussing in Member Sugimura's committee about the Kaya Ulu o Napili, that LIHTC now could be used for 80% and below.
Okay,
I
but
thought he said HHFTC allowed for that. No.
yeah, it doesn't, because I was on the committee that screened all the applications. Now, things may have changed, but the guys, the people who have the projects that serve the lowest population they're the ones in the front. I mean, they get the priority. Anybody with the higher price projects have less of a chance.
So I thought he said that HHFTC now let the funding source he was going after service 80% and below. That's what I had heard on Tuesday.
Maybe they changed it.
Or maybe we should ask Mr. Chu that, yeah.
Shoot, yeah. Can we do that under your committee signature?
I'm so glad that my one question sparked so many conversations. This is what I actually really do like. This is why I like being in this committee. Like, everybody has great questions and it sparks all this other conversation. I guess I didn't add, which I should add, that the beginning sentence of the income group distribution little section there starts off with, unless an exemption is granted by the director, which is why I was asking Remy his opinion, which would give the housing providers some flexibility in construction loans if they're able to provide for a higher AMI. But no pressure to answer now. Clearly, this is a huge discussion. But, you know, I just wanted to put that out there, that is a possibility. If we had a home provider who was like, hey, listen, this works best, or this is what the market allows me to do better, especially if we consider increasing our deed restrictions and what that's going to look like to be able to finance projects. But I also wanted to add that 201H, I believe their deed restriction is 10 years blanket. No AMI, but it's 10 years. And so if we, I don't want to go down the rabbit hole of assumptions, but depending on how things go in state and house right now, if we're unable to make too many changes to 201H, we may see home providers not use the 2.96 or not use the 2.97 and only go with 201H if they have a hard time financing under our structure. And we may lose our ability to actively participate in the building of affordable homes for our own people. So again, I don't want to go down a rabbit hole of assumption, but that might be a possibility we might need to consider. But otherwise, I'm happy to look at what shared appreciation looks like and figure out how people who buy the homes, who honestly take a huge risk personally, as we heard from the residents of Hale Kaiola, $5,000 a month, bananas. And I would love to see them actualize and realize their own investment. We as a county and as a people make an investment into the individuals and their home prices, and so do they. And so did my grandparents, and so did all of our grandparents who've been paying into our property taxes for so long. So when we're talking about generational residents being able to afford a house under the affordable housing unit, yeah, we say it's like they won a lottery, but at the same time, if you've been working for a long time and your parents and your grandparents, and right now we can't build homes anymore, really all you're doing is realizing how much taxes your family has put in so that you can buy this one house right now. Thanks, Chair.
You're welcome. Okay, so I think we're back. Member Johnson, I see your hand is raised. Yes.
Thank you, Chair. I'll try and address some of those talking points earlier. I'm pretty sure that we changed the bill in the omnibus bill for the units. It's every 90 days that it sits. If it doesn't get sold, then it can move up to another bracket. I'm pretty sure it's 90 from 45. The idea that a lot of the red tape has been getting in the way of affordable housing. I mean, I was just looking back on some of the places. Pulelehua doesn't have water. Hawaiian Homes, the infrastructure is the problem. Lanai is fully entitled, and it's the infrastructure, right? So I don't know if the red tape has been stopping some of these projects. It's been county has to kick in for infrastructure. Peter Savio was really articulate in saying, you know, I do vertical. I build the house, and I've heard the numbers, seeing it costs $400,000, $500,000 for a builder to build a house. But if you say you got to build all the infrastructure to that house, that's when it doesn't pencil out. So county has to kick in its infrastructure. We have to do that so I think that for it to work, the county has to kick in the big dollars for the infrastructure, and then it kind of has a nice flow where we're protecting these homes that we have spent so much on to have a good deed restriction to protect those, because we're the ones that fronted the big money for the infrastructure. It just kind of it makes sense to me. I think one thing that Ohana was saying, and it was really nuanced, is like they just kind of opened up the range a little wider. Like they said 60% in AMI to 30. Now I think they are just opening up a little bit so that overall, it's 60% AMI, but they can get a couple 80s or in there, a couple, they make like a bell curve almost, is what the way I was understanding them describe it. But I just wanted to add that I think, I haven't said it yet, but I'm going to say it. It's islands of affordability in the sea of the market changes. The idea that we want to protect these homes, the rent-to-own model. When we went door-to-door on Lanai, wanted a rent-to-own model, and that allows them to catch up. And I think that rental model is in a way showing that you're sincere about living here long term. It's kind of a deed restriction because the rent to own keeps you in that house for a long time, and then after you're X amount of years, just say for example 15 years, then you can buy it. Hey, that home has been not flipped for over 15 years and then some. That's wonderful, right? That's exactly what we want to have because we invested so much to even get that home built. So I just wanted to add those talking points, Chair, and I appreciate this time.
You're welcome, Mr. Johnson. Okay, so we went from Member Hodgins to Member Johnson. Yes, Remy.
Thank you, Chair. If I could just clarify or actually correct something I believe I said earlier, and then clarify something I heard during the discussion. I referred to, I believe, our administrative rules on deed restrictions as dating back to the 1990s. A couple of nines too many there. 2009 is the date, so I was misrecalling the dates. And then there was a reference to LIHTC funded projects leading to mansions. The LIHTC program does not finance anything but affordable home construction. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Okay, so I think we're back at you, Mr. Sinensi. You're good? Okay. Very good. Okay. Chair Lee?
I just want to let everybody know that when we actually, it wasn't, it was the council. I was working for the administration as the housing director in 2006. And in 2006, that's actually when 2.96 was created, okay? And none of us were in favor of it because that's when they required the 50%, which went down, straight down the rubbish can, because it didn't make, nobody did any affordable housing with 50%, nobody. But there are a lot of good parts to that bill, and it took 6 months to develop that one bill and tons of meetings. So how Member Kama is going to achieve incorporating all these changes in next week in one day, God bless you.
Thank you, and he just did, because James just told me that's what we're going to do. So God's blessing James already. Member Sugimore.
So important, right? And so what are you and James up to?
All good. It's all good. No, the idea was, so we're going to defer this item, right, at the end of this meeting. We're going to adjourn the meeting so that they can post a new bill incorporating all the things that we're talking about today that can be included, because there are some things we talked about that kind of like belong someplace else, right? Not on this train, maybe another train,
Okay.
but this train can only take what we've talked about within the workforce housing deed restrictions and the discussions that we've had this week here. And then the other stuff, we'll put them in a parking lot and pick them up later, I'm sure. But that's the intent.
Okay.
That's the intent.
So Chair,
Yes.
if I could, so since we're talking about other things, and Member Johnson reminded me about Lima Ola in on Kauai. And so the project that he is finally embarking on, I hope that sometime in your committee, we do take up the possibility for the for the Lanai project to mirror some of the things that Kauai has done in order to bring the house price down and work with the department, because then if we can build the infrastructure in Lanai and then we'll drive down the prices on, we'll still keep the land, but have the home prices then be, more reasonable. And I think that's where hopefully we're getting to. So not on today's agenda, but here's Remy.
Yes, Remy.
Thank you, Chair Kama, and thank you for that observation, Member Sugimura. Just so you know, I've already personally visited with my counterpart in Kauai to see specifically the project. And now Planning Director and I are planning another meeting to go over there and get a little deeper into both the planning side of it and the funding stack of it on April 25th. So we are trying to benefit from the lessons of good affordable housing projects in other locations in the state. So
Right on.
we're on it.
Right on. And but I will tell you one of the reasons why I think HHFDC relationship is very important is because of their opportunities to possibly do what that project did, and to pay for the ground infrastructure. They used a loan, I guess, with HHFDC, and the recent Finance Ways and Means meeting that we had with all the mayors. I got to hear the Kauai mayor basically bragging that they paid it down early, but there's great benefits in what Kauai has accomplished. So great to hear that. Okay, so Member Johnson, we're just trying to help your project along.
Thank you. Chair, can I make a point of clarification here real quick? Yeah, of course, Director Mitchell's correct. LIHTC doesn't pay for mansions. I meant to say the movement of the tax credits, right? That's all my point was. But just on that note, Kaiko Hana is working with DHHL to have that kind of nice flow between, low income, 80% and by below, and then along with DHHL lands, they're sharing that border, and that's exactly what we want to see is these folks working together on projects. So things are happening. All right, thank you, Chair. Just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Member Senensi.
Real quick, Chair, the other conversation we had was lease to own. That was another avenue that we could also look into. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Member Rollins Fernandez.
Well, sure. Okay, for the 90-day buyback period, since we have Mr. Mitchell with us, I understand the need or the idea to reduce it from 90 to 60. But I also know how long things take in county with lots of different eyes and approvals, and how it needs to come to us. And then we have, 6-day notice period that's required under law. And so just knowing what the process is, if I could get Director Mitchell's feedback on reducing it from 90 to 60. And then, if perhaps we can, if the concern is carrying costs for that 90-day period, if maybe we can come up with a different idea to address the problem instead of reducing the 90 to 60 days.
Thank you, Chair Kama, and thank you, Member Rollins Fernandez. Before I respond to whether reducing 90 to 60 days is a wise initial legislative choice, I think I would need to spend some time with our finance department and real estate team there and understand just the mechanics that had led to 90 days. So I'll have to defer answering that question till I better understand why it takes so long and whether we in fact need 90 days. And then I agree.
Will you be with us? Oh, sorry. I thought you were a pal. Go ahead, finish.
To answer that question, not for the entire meeting. I do have another housing group meeting in the mayor's office scheduled right in the middle of the afternoon for that Thursday meeting. And then, yes, the idea of finding some alternative way to cover the costs for the 90 days, I think is a wise discussion. But then again, we'd have to consult with Corporation Counsel to make sure that, we can expend money on something we don't perhaps own outright at that moment. So it's a complicated question that you're asking there. So I can't really give you an answer.
I know. That's why I asked you now instead of next week, Thursday. Oh, and I see Ms. Toshikio.
Hi, thank you. Just to kind of throw my 2 cents in, when we are looking at, this is on the exercising the right of first refusal, right? So, we have to evaluate whether or not there's funding available and whether or not it's already been approved, because if not, then we're want to make sure that the funds are secure, which will require council's approval on an ordinance. So we have to factor in the timing of your 2 readings, as well as, an appraisal. So those are kind of some things that we all throw into the mix, on a case-by-case basis when we're determining how long we need in order to close on an acquisition.
Okay, mahalo. I heard the bell. But I wasn't sure if Ms. Toshikio was opining on whether she had preference or, she was warning us not to take it down to 60 or, okay, you're gonna go look into it.
Not at all. We're going to look into it and, maybe be able to give you what a range would be on, just like best case scenario, how long something would take, in terms of, at the time that we're given the notification or whatever they send us, until when we could reasonably be expected to put this. Okay, sorry.
Mahalo, Ms. Toshikio. Mahalo, Chair.
Oh, you're welcome. Member Paulton.
Thank you. This one would be for Mr. Mitchell on the county-owned lands deed restriction or deed restrictions in which a significant amount of affordable housing funds are used for either the offsite infrastructure or other components. would you think that would be similar, or would county-owned lands, if we managed it similar to DHHL with a 99-year deed restriction, or just wondering your thoughts on those categories?
Thank you for the question, Chair and Member Paulson. So I do think distinction between county-owned land and private land developed is a good one, with the former, the county lands, perhaps having a longer restriction, and the latter, private land, having a shorter. Because the investment into the county-owned land includes not only land, but likely will include the cost for infrastructure and the entitlement process and much more. Then the second part of your question related to, if you could refresh my memory.
Use of affordable housing funds for whether it's off-site infrastructure or on-site infrastructure, or just, I guess, the use of affordable housing funds for a project.
Thank you for that clarification, Member Paulson. So I do recall in one of the last pieces of correspondence I responded to, I got a similar question, and I expressed some caution with having things like the level of investment dictating the length of the restriction, because then that becomes a variable that's impossible to manage. The investment will vary from project to project to project to project, and as a result, you're going to have all sorts of deed restrictions in terms of time throughout each project, and that becomes an impossible scenario. So I would dissuade going down that path.
Okay, did you comment specifically on the 99-year deed restriction for county-owned properties, or have a counter offer on that?
Thank you for the question, Member Paulson. So that was one of the questions in the recent correspondence I received, to which I did submit a written response.
Okay. And then, so to the other part of your answer, whether affordable housing funds are used or not shouldn't have an effect on the length of deed restriction. It should be standardized. But should we prioritize for sale or rental with our affordable housing funds in that case? Because rental usually would be longer.
Thank you for the question, Member Kama, Chair Kama, and Member Paulson. I would express some caution in trying to prioritize project types. There are too many variables in what's happening in the market that lead to developers proposing different types, and then sometimes in the middle of their pre-development phase changing their mix because of market conditions. So I'd urge against limiting the use of the fund that way.
I heard the bell. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Member Member Johnson. Any other discussion?
I think I pretty much, well, I will say about this idea of how long the unit should sit on sale in that particular bracket, whether 90 days. Remember the bill that we wrote, the omnibus bill, it was to prevent mortgage steering, because the bad actors would say, you got to use my lender, and they would choose the most conservative lender, and we only want to do it for a short period of time. So when it sits on for sale market for a short period of time, and no one gets that lender denies them, then they can push it up to a higher bracket, and again go to the conservative lender. They say no, then they push it up to a higher bracket until it gets sold market rate. And that's called mortgage steering, which is what we try to address in that bill. Now, that was in 2022, I do believe. So I want to make sure that, we give it a chance to see how it works before we change it. But that's kind of the reason, the impetus on why we try to give people longer time to get their ducks in a row to buy a house, because there was some nefarious lenders or developers who would make you choose a very strict lender, and you would naturally get denied, and it would get pushed up. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you, Chair.
You're welcome. Okay, now we're back at you, Ms. Rollins Fernandez. Any discussion?
Since we may not have Director Mitchell for a good period of the time next week, Thursday, I'd like to ask him another question regarding housing credits. I understand, well, it was explained to me in the beginning when I first started learning about the details of 2.96 that the housing credits was created partly to work with DHHL, but not exclusively. And so I don't think it's real. I think we need houses more than the housing credits, and I'd either like to limit that or eliminate it. Your thoughts?
Thank you for the question, Chair Kama and Member Rollins Fernandez. I'm not entirely sure what the question is. Are you? Yes, I'm not entirely
no more
sure
housing credits.
My initial reaction was, I think that would be a bad idea. But I'd like to take some time to reflect and maybe chat to you offline to better understand the concern, because I'm not quite tracking it.
Because we need houses, and it's developers then get the housing credits, and then they use the housing credits instead of having houses, and the housing credits are the value of a house versus the housing credit. There's such a mismatch in the value. I think the county and therefore the public is being ripped off. And I understand that part of it is to try to entice developers to build by offering housing credits and to get the funding to offset the cost. And we could talk story more offline too, but that's kind of the thought behind it.
Thank you for the clarification, Member Rollins Fernandez. I would appreciate an opportunity to be more thoughtful before giving a response.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, so we're going to... You're welcome. So we're going to continue with Member Hodgins.
Thank you, Chair. I really have, I shouldn't say I don't have any more questions about this, because I know I will. But really, I guess my question is, what's going to happen next week, Thursday? Are you guys going to work on the bill and then give us something to work on? Or are me and Member Paulton going to take our existing bills? I know we're going to defer it and we're going to tweak this, or what are we going to be working off of next week, Thursday?
My understanding is that our staff is taking all of our suggestions today, and they're going to develop a new bill.
Okay.
They will post the bill Friday or tomorrow.
Yeah, sure. Posting
Tomorrow.
would be tomorrow
Yeah.
For next week, Thursday.
Wow.
So we're going to get a whole new bill, inclusive of all what we
that
heard
enough time?
today.
Okay.
Okay? And then on Thursday, when we come back, we're going to take a look at that bill, make sure it has all what we said we wanted it to have, and then we can make the determination by that.
Okay. Yeah, Godspeed. Godspeed.
Okay, we're taking all of that too.
Yeah.
I mean, is that enough
More
time
blessings?
for them? Is that enough time for them to create a brand new bill by tomorrow? James? They're working on 7 CRs for me.
You giving them that much work?
That's how much work we did yesterday.
James, go ahead, answer that.
Chair, staff will do what the committee's requesting of us. Thank you.
Wow.
Wow, yeah, that's how hard our staff work.
Here's,
Let's go to Mr. Mitchell first, and then we'll go to you, Shirley.
Thank you, Chair Kama. The committee has discussed a lot of different ideas.
Yeah.
And while I thoroughly enjoyed my time at OCS and look forward to the opportunity to draft bills and work through the complexity of drafting bills, I know just from listening to what you've discussed that many items should not be in one bill.
Yes.
So
The stuff that will be
I would
there.
express caution
Yes.
with the notion that in one day you're going to put everything in one bill and then agendize it. Some
Right.
filtering needs to occur first.
Yep.
And that might take some time, maybe not in time to get a bill posted. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair, I was going to say the exact same thing, that many suggestions that were forwarded to you were unvetted. They're just ideas. So I can't imagine, although I know James Kruger has a brilliant mind, I don't think mind reading is one of his talents. And so what we suggested to be included next week needs a tremendous amount of discussion, whereas what Member Paulton and Member Hodgins have are like draft bills. We don't have those things ready. Yeah. So, I mean, that's quite a feat if you can accomplish all that, but it's, we didn't finish our thoughts on some of these things.
Okay.
Thank you.
Let's go to Member Paulton, then we're going to take a 5-minute break, you want? Okay.
Thank you.
Then, so that James can talk to me about options. Member Paulton.
Well, I just wanted to clarify. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what you folks are expecting, but I'm not expecting them to come up with a bill that we're like, that's it, you solved all our problems.
No.
Because how the discussion started was, are we just going to talk about temporal deed restrictions, or are we going to incorporate some of the things that we were talking about, non-temporal things? So, what I'm envisioning is the framework to add our preferences in. It's not going to be a 15-minute meeting where they drafted something and we're like, okay, let's pass that, because we still got to make the policy decisions. We still got to do the work. They're, setting up a framework is how I see it. And I hope that, Mr. Mitchell, should he not be able to be here on the day that we are in committee and discussing what the framework that they have created into a bill, and then actually making the policy decisions that we need to make? I mean, I'm not putting it on James and Ellen to say 30 years for this or whatever, AMIs or whatever, because we got to do that work. We can't just push it off on them. But I hope that when it's posted, Mr. Mitchell can give us his feedback as well on that, to take that into consideration when we have the discussion. But I just wanted to clarify and manage expectations that I'm not expecting them to do the work for us. They're creating the framework and posting so that we can have the broader discussion on temporal and non-temporal deed restrictions and protection versus production and all of that. I'm not expecting them to draft something and we're like, thanks, okay, pass it, Just clarifying. Is that your guys' understanding, Mr. Kruger? You aren't gonna do all our work for us. I mean, if you want to, cool.
Chair?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the bill that staff was going to put together would be, based around the discussion that the committee is having now. But certainly, it wouldn't be able to contemplate all of the things that the committee would want to move forward with, Like you said, that would be a policy decision of the body. So it would be something that would provide the committee the opportunity to make the appropriate changes to establish the policy it wants to move forward with. Thank you, Chair.
So
we still got to do some of the work.
Yeah.
That's why we make the big bucks.
No, hey.
I was just going to say, I don't disagree. That is our job, is to work out the details. But even just to do it tonight, after just listening to us talk at you for the last 3 hours, is a lot. And that was my point. I didn't expect a perfect bill, although I do know you guys do great work. But yeah, no, I figured we would obviously have a long, lengthy discussion and probably continue to discuss this for quite some time.
Oh, I'm sure we are. But the things that we talked about that was missing from the bill was the non-temporal. That's what we're talking about, and that's what the discussion that we had. And of course, you know, we're so creative and floristic in how we talk about things that we put a lot of fluff around some of this stuff, and that the staff has to kind of like figure out where's the non-temporal, you know. Oh. But basically, that was my understanding too, is that we're looking for to fill the bill we already have with the non-temporal issues that we talked about. And a few of them came up today, but you know, in 3 hours, we talk a lot, all of us. We talk about stuff that's probably not part of the agenda, but it's an extension of, but it's good discussion for future meetings and what we said, what we'd like to see as we start to do policy changes. We talked about some of the codes and ordinances that are so out of date that we need to take a look at them. Well, we're starting to, right? And so this is the beginning of it. So James, you still need our recess? No? Okay. So let's do 10 minutes. It is 3:34, come back at 3:44. HLU is now in recess. the HLU committee meeting of March 13th reconvene. It is now 3:49 p.m. And I think we left off with the discussion was what's next, right? So if there's nobody else online or here that has any more discussion. Okay, so this is what's next. So I'm going to defer this matter. I'm going to recess today's meeting, adjourn today's meeting. Our staff is going to post tomorrow for next week, Thursday's meeting. That's going to occur at 2:45. Member Rollins Fernandez, her call meeting will go from 1:30 to 2:30, and we'll convene HLU at 2:45 to allow her time to clear the dais, and then, all that happens in the transition can occur. And then we're scheduled to go from 2:45 to 5:45, and hopefully that would be our whole afternoon session. And hopefully we can complete our work by that time. If not, I guess when we get to that day, we'll figure out if members can stay a little later or not. And we'll know that by that time. But hopefully, if we really stay focused on what we are going to do, I think we'll be able to accomplish our task. Member Paulton.
Just a point of clarification. We're having ka'a in the morning too?
No, I think ka'a is in the afternoon. Oh, Member Rollins Fernandez, please respond.
Mahalo, Chair. Member Paulton is correct. Usually it'll be the whole day, but because we only have committee week once this month of March, Member Johnson and I split the one day, and then Adept will be at 9, and then Ka'a will be at 1:30, and my chatty bunch committee, okay, we're gonna have to work together. Chair Lee, no, I'm kidding. They don't talk that much in my committee meetings, but we'll receive a presentation, and then we'll have a testimony and then questions. So I think we should be able to get it done in that hour. And then we'll do our best to limit ourselves, and if folks have more questions, they can follow up with the presenters.
Thanks for that clarification.
You're welcome. So members, does that sound like our plan going forward? Yes. Okay. So members, because there's nothing else scheduled on our agenda today, I'd like to call the HLU committee meeting to adjourn at 3:52 p.m. Meeting adjourned.
Good meeting, Chair.